killed it, dude. He killed it last episode. How you doing, Dubs? You good today?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You feeling all right?
I'm feeling great.
You here?
I'm here.
All right. You here? You here?
I'm here.
You here? Steve.
Present.
Here. Kelly's here. Congrats, Stevens, for the second win of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yo.
That was a big win.
That was a wild game.
Bro, nail biter the whole time.
It was a good game,
It was a
bro.
great game.
Had us on the edge of our seats.
There's always one call that everybody harps on at the end of a game. But you know what? I do have to agree with it, even in...
Unfinished, an analysis of megalithic construction in Egypt. You are listening to Brothers of the Serpent podcast.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent podcast, and we are coming to you not live from the 10 by 10 by 10 tangent cube of science, where we are nestled amongst the dusty bones of an ancient seabed high atop the Everest Plateau. So this ought to be interesting. Today's episode is going to be a podcast version of a slideshow slash video presentation that I've been giving on some of these trips about stuff that we noticed in Egypt. Yeah, it's a fun presentation. We'll see how it goes on the podcast. We will try to keep in mind that many of you are listening and not watching, but I will recommend that you're going to need to go watch this to see all the visuals. Because there's a lot. I've got like 180 slides. Well, 181 because Kyle just added one right at the last minute. He was like, "You need this," and he's right. It needed it. So yeah, we got the Watcher with us. He is tuning in from deep beneath his secret space station in secret outer space. Watcher, how you doing, buddy? You there?
Very glad to be here,
Oh yeah.
as always.
And
Good to have you, man.
yeah, it's great to have you. And what did you think of the old Utah trip?
Oh man, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Good people, good times, great environment, and easy to feel at ease, around everybody there.
Yeah.
Which
Easy to feel at ease.
Yeah.
is always how can you go wrong? How can that not be a good time?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you only needed to break out your emergency medical bag like 5 or 6 times to save lives.
Yeah, there was a cut from a wooden sword. There was a couple other small emergencies, but yeah, no, everybody was very responsible.
Yep.
Managed not to hurt themselves, which was great. Because
Yeah. Well,
the less I have to do, the better it is.
Yes, but it is great to have somebody like you there. So then everybody's like, oh, we have an EMT. Well, we can just go crazy.
Yeah.
It's like having a healer in your group. You're just like, well, I'll be fine. I'll go.
Yeah,
I'll go jump
just
off
go
the cliff.
storming off into a group of orcs, with a stick. It's fine. Somebody will take it.
That's right. So the Snake Bros meetup is coming up. It is actually this weekend.
I was
What?
just thinking of it just reminded me of the video where the guy, what's his name? He runs off, right? And he's like, what was his name?
What?
Leroy
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it was. That's what it was.
You can Leroy Jenkins when you got a watcher.
We
with
got
you.
the Watcher with us. That's right. That's right. So yeah, Snake Bros meetup is coming up. It's going to be fun, hopefully. Are we going to have water?
There will be water to swim in,
Water to swim in.
but I
Yeah.
don't think
May
we're
not
bringing
be
kayaks.
May not be kayaking. Yeah. Haven't gotten
Yeah,
enough
I've been
rain for
looking at the
that.
weather. It doesn't look like it's happening, but I will call the guy and just see what it's like. He would know if people are kayaking by
Yeah.
at his place, so we'll find out.
That's right. It's going to be fun no matter what. There's other stuff to do. So
Yeah,
maybe
we'll do some hiking, we'll do some
Yeah.
hanging out, we'll do some swimming in the swimming hole. And
Right. Do some jamming.
It'll probably be really hot during the day, so we'll probably, mostly be up at night.
Yeah. During the day, we'll just be sitting in the water with beer. That's what you do.
It'll just be very relaxed and chill.
That's right.
But yeah, we can still go to the park nearby and do some hiking and whatnot.
Yeah. All right, let's
We
tackle.
never fail to have fun.
Let's tackle some space weather news. There it is. From spaceweather.com, where we get all our space weather news. Possible CME impact on May 10th. A magnetic filament on the sun erupted May 7th, hurling a CME into space. NOAA analysts say it might deliver a glancing blow to Earth's magnetic field on May 10th. This is a low confidence forecast. Minor geomagnetic storms are possible if and when the CME arrives. Also, total lunar eclipse on Sunday, May 15th, which is the end of our Snake Bros trip. There will be the full moon will pass through the shadow of Earth, producing a total lunar eclipse. And they have a NASA animation that shows how the moon will turn red for almost 85 minutes. It will be widely visible from the Americas on May 15th and Africa and Europe on May 16th. There is a chance that this eclipse will be affected by the eruption of the Tonga volcano from January the 15th. During a lunar eclipse, most of the light illuminating the moon passes through Earth's stratosphere, where it is reddened by scattering. Volcanic ash from Tonga reached an altitude of 30 kilometers deep into the stratosphere with a total mass of 400 million kilograms. The volcano's lingering exhaust could shape the eclipse, making it a deeper, darker red than usual.
Yeah, so the meetup starts on Friday the 13th.
That's right.
And ends
With a freaking giant
Sunday
blood
night.
moon.
It's Sunday night, right?
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not going to be there.
Right.
We'll have left. But yeah, there's a blood moon.
Yeah.
Friggin' eclipse.
Lunar
It's
eclipse.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
I wish we would have booked
We are
Monday.
all going to die.
We should have booked Sunday night.
Yeah, we should have.
Hang it. Maybe we can just make that happen.
Yeah, we'll just tell them we're staying another day. You know. Current conditions: solar wind speed 308.2 kilometers per second. The density is 8.15 protons per cubic centimeter. Sunspot number right now is 89. Neutron count very low, 5.9% above the space age average. That might be one of the lowest readings we've seen. And the KP index is 1, quiet, and the 24-hour max was 3, which is the top end of the quiet range. And that is your space weather news for the week.
All right,
Let's see what's happening with crypto. Hold on.
I do have news stories piling up, but we'll do that with a communications sode.
Yes, we're going to have a communication sode because we have, like I said, 180 slides, and I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
any emails. Just going to dive right into it. Yeah. So, Bitcoin, $30,504.
Wait, what the fuck?
And Ethereum, $2,027.46. Man, it is time to buy in right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
We got ag update.
It's going to crash. It's going to go all the way to zero, folks.
That ought to be fun.
Well, we just need to keep going
Yeah.
until we buy it.
Okay. All right.
And then we can tell people it's going up to 800,000. No, I don't have an ag update. I've just been working on wine.
Okay.
I mean, it's hot. We're trying to kill grass. There you go.
That's right. Okay, well, let's start on this presentation. So this is about things we've noticed while traveling through Egypt, and then I've started to put stuff together after the trip. I'm constantly working on this thing and adding things to it. But the general premise is, well, there's multiple things that happen here. As you're walking through Egypt, you notice, and I've said this on the show before, you notice the differences between these dynastic temples with the columns and the open. They're very open and airy. Like when you're walking through them, they seem clearly designed for people to be in them. Versus places like being inside some of the pyramids down in the Osirian. Well, the Osirian does seem maybe like it was designed for people, but in the pyramids it's more like walking around in a machine because you're crawling through tunnels, and it doesn't seem the same as these open temples. So there's that difference. The other thing that happens is that these temples with the columns, every wall, every column is full of writing and imagery, like they're speaking to you, like everything.
And the ceiling. I mean.
Yeah, the ceiling, everything, every surface.
Except the floor.
That's right, is covered in imagery. And then the floor is like this sometimes beautiful crystalline stuff. So yeah, it's like the temples are all telling you stories. It's like a library in stone, every single one of them. Every surface is covered. in beautiful artwork and
What the fuck is this?
millions of glyphs. Whereas when you're walking through the Osirian or in the pyramids, and even in places like the Valley Temple, the walls are silent. But what's interesting is that the minds of the builders of these places are not silent. They're speaking to you in a different way. Even though there's no glyphs, there's no story, there's no images on the walls. It's like there's this sense of communication, just in a very different manner than a lot of the dynastic Egyptian temples. So we're going to look at some of that as we go through here. And the first place we're going to look at is, let's see, what's going on? There we go. So, Giza Plateau. Obviously, the center pyramid there, that's Khafre. And then the pyramid on the upper right of this image is Khufu. That's the Great Pyramid. But what we're going to look at today is Menkaure. This is the
And
one.
that line is not the shadow of a giant UFO. That's a Google Earth.
Yes.
Different day.
Yes, Google Earth, different days. Anyway, we're going to look at the least popular pyramid on the Giza Plateau, Menkaure. This is the small one. But I wanted to, when we were there, I talked to Ben about this. I was like, I really want to get over to this pyramid because I wanted to see the remnants of the casing stones on this structure. So we're going to start with that. So this is us walking up to Menkaure, and you can see, let me go back to this image here. So we walk up this pathway here.
Coming to it from the north.
Right, coming to it from the north, like you can see where all the buses park, and then you come over here and walk up this path, and this is where the entrance is. So now, one of the things you notice when you're going through Egypt is you have to look through thousands and thousands of years of cultural layers. And you can see it in this picture really easily. This right here is modern. The walkway leading up to it. This is not ancient. The question is, and then some of this over here, like we don't, what is this? Is this Middle Kingdom? Could this be New Kingdom? Don't know. But there's structures like this all over the place where you just see layers and layers of stuff. So sometimes it can be very difficult to determine what exactly it is you're looking at. What's the oldest stuff? Because, it's like geology does this too. Geology has two things. There's erosion and deposition. Erosion is like geological processes tearing down materials, and then deposition is geological processes placing materials. And cultures do this too, but it can be a lot more complex. So somebody could come in here and have a structure, and they take part of it apart and repair it, and that's like erosional and depositional in the same structure. And you see that all over Egypt, like some structures that have been rebuilt or repaired over and over and over again across thousands of years, all the way up to the modern day. So you have to wonder, sometimes when you're looking at this, what exactly are we looking at? So the place I want to focus on here, what we're focusing on with this pyramid specifically, are these casing stones that are remnants down here. And one of the things I want to say about the casing stones, Kyle and I have talked about this on the podcast, about them being like the roofing material.
Yeah.
So if you think of you build your house, or any structure today, you build it out of wood, plaster, all these different materials that aren't necessarily going to survive the elements. So you install a roof on the thing, and then on the roof specifically, you put tiles or shingles, and the common element on these things, shingles or tiles, is stone. Like a common roofing shingle has basically a stone gravel.
Right.
In a tar matrix.
Stands up the best to the
I tried to
sun
hold
and
the
all
streak.
water.
I tried.
Exactly. So what we're looking at here, the casing
Damn it.
stones
I
on
tried to
this
hold the
pyramid,
streak
and
there.
also all of the other
Whatever.
pyramids, they were cased, and those were the roofs of these structures. So it was to protect this core material that we're looking at here.
The core material in many cases was easier to get, softer stone, It was quarried from nearby.
How could I have
And
possibly
then the
not
casing
picked up this
stones
gun?
were often harder to get. They came from further away, and they were of a harder material.
That's right.
So they only made one layer of those, and that's all it needed to be the roof.
Right. So the area that we're gonna focus on is right here. So I'm outlining this. This is an area right. This is the entrance to this pyramid. And the reason we're going to focus on it is because what's been done to the casing stones here. But let's go through some images first to get a feel for the nature of these structures on this pyramid. So this gives you kind of scale of these blocks. They're huge. You know, they're not the biggest blocks you've ever seen, obviously, but these blocks are not small. These and the courses are very tall, like maybe half the height of a human, you know, of a normal person. And then the width of some of these stones is, you know, 6 feet, sometimes maybe 8 feet. And then the depth, like it's hard to see here, but the depth of the stones is also, they go into the pyramid to sit on the core blocks. And sometimes that can be very far as well. So it's interesting how they were doing this. And, you know, again, this is the roof of the pyramid. And
Well,
just
like
in this
how?
picture, for those of you listening, there's all these interesting marks. There's nubs, and there's scoops taken out. Down at the bottom, there's lots of scooping. I'm kind of pointing it out here with the arrow. Let's move forward here. Yeah. There's more scale, but you can see how they've been scooping on these blocks. But again, the nature of the face of these stones is that they're pillowy. That's the word we've been using. They're kind of puffy, like they aren't finished. They're not flat. And this is very like some of the stonework you see in Peru. That there's this heterogeneous style. Now with the casing stones on this pyramid, it's less heterogeneous, more homogeneous, because
Man, I'm just
these
so
needed
bad
to match
in
the
left
core
strafe,
masonry
man.
courses. So there are constant horizontal lines. Each course is clearly defined. Whereas in Peru, you'll see it waving up and down. The course line may be going up and down. It's not homogeneous. So these are more brick-like because what they're matching to the courses of the core masonry. Now I imagine you could have made them. You know, they could have made them like more difficult in interlocking.
What the fuck is this?
But in this case, they chose to match the core masonry, and maybe that's, I don't know, do you think that could have been about difficulty? Like, clearly they could have made this more complicated, but they chose to match the core masonry in terms of courses. So I've been thinking about this.
I mean, knowing some of the difficulty that they dealt with, I don't know that would be the decision maker. It seems to make sense though to design them to fit the courses. I don't know.
Yeah. And maybe not all of them did. We only have the bottom few courses. Now, I've talked to Ben about this, and he's saying that one of the questions is did this granite casing go all the way to the top of this pyramid? And it's possible that it didn't, that maybe it went up, a third of the way, and then after that it was the Tura. Yeah. So that would have been very beautiful. You have this granite, by the way, is Aswan granite, so it is quarried from like 500 miles away down the Nile, or up the Nile, but down south.
Yes.
Whereas, like Kyle was saying, the core masonry was gotten from nearby, but the Tura, I can't remember this. Do they know the source of where they got the
Tura comes from the other side of the Nile.
Okay.
It's from the reason why it's called Tura is because there's a place named Tura.
Oh, okay.
There.
But it's like chert almost.
Yeah, it's basically like a high silicate content limestone that is. I've always looked at it as it's like on the way to becoming flint. It's almost flint, but it's not quite as pure. So I think it probably has a much higher calcium content than flint does, because flint is it's like almost all silicates. Yeah. So there's calcium in there, but it's very, very fine. It's extremely hard. It doesn't you can hit it with a steel hammer, and the hammer will bounce off of it. It's
That's
not
right.
like softer limestones. You can hit it and it kind of dents the limestone.
Right.
Or just bust some sand off of it, like we've seen some sandy limestone in Egypt. I think the what's the pyramid next to the Red Pyramid?
Yeah.
Very sandy, and then the Red Pyramid is actually the sand is
It's like
eroding
melting.
because they took the Tura limestone casing stones off the Red Pyramid.
That's right.
It's eroding, and there's like this giant pile of sand all the way around
That's right.
the pyramid.
It's red sand.
It's red sand that's
Yeah.
coming off of those blocks. So there's all different constitutions of limestone. People ask, like, well, how hard is limestone? How quickly does it erode? Well, that
man.
just depends on the constitution, and I would imagine the degree of crystallization.
Yeah.
So Tura, to me, like when I looked at the Tura stones, it reminded me of some of the hardest chert that we have here in the hill country, which is very fine. When you break the chert open, it cleaves like glass.
Yeah.
It may be a little more rough, but it kind of has the same sort of shapes as like a flint stone when you're chipping it, and it's very smooth on the breaking, and you can grind it, but it's harder, right? It's just much harder.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to point out there are these nubs on some of these blocks, and it's interesting how sometimes these nubs show up in rows. Not always, but you can see them in rows, like along this third course down here on this image, and then the second course down there across here. And I've just wondered about this. We'll see some of this later as well, where the nubs are. So I just want to point that out in this image. And again, note how rough the faces of these blocks are. All right, let's move forward here. Yeah, so here's some nubs. These are at the very bottom, obviously, and they look like they've been sheared off. Like they've actually been, that they may have extended out much farther than that, and they've been cut off, maybe perhaps for convenience sake. Don't know, but again, this is about looking into the minds of the builders, like, because we've seen blocks like this with nubs on them, and sometimes the nubs will extend out 10, maybe 12 inches. But these look like they've been cut off. But again, going back to this image, you can see how they're roughly faced. So maybe a lot of these have been sheared off, but they're not. But the blocks themselves haven't been faced yet, so they didn't really cut them completely off. They're just getting them out of the way, perhaps for scaffolding or other. I don't know. It's just really interesting to wonder.
I would speculate that some of the bigger blocks, like in the last picture, the one in the middle that's real pillowy and large, doesn't have any nubs. But I bet it did on the sides that they ended up facing.
Yes.
To put it in.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So that one was like, the ones that have nubs, those were where they left nubs when they were taking it out of the quarry.
Yeah.
And the ones that don't, like they were turned 90 degrees or something and put in this way, and so the nubs were faced off of them on the sides.
Right, because another thing I need to point out is that even though these blocks are very rough on the front faces, the faces we're looking at here, on the sides they are fit incredibly finely to each other. And we'll see some of that as we move forward here.
The other thing you can notice in some of the unfinished faces on some of the blocks is that they look like they're almost vertical. Like a lot of the blocks look angled, like they're somewhat matching the angle of the pyramid, but then other ones are like square.
That's right. Yeah.
So they're not matching the angle yet. So it's clear to me that they planned to come.
Yes. They were
them into the
planning to come. Yeah. So this is the question we're approaching slowly as we look through these pictures: is did they plan to face this entirely? So what I'm pointing out with this image is reverse nubs. There's one there and you can see it on this and this.
Or sockets.
Sockets. Yeah.
Notches.
Like notches in the bottoms of the blocks, possibly for maneuvering. I don't know what they were for. Here's some more of them, real clear.
Yeah, lifting notches,
Yes.
lifting eyes.
And then again, you see how rough the front face of this block is, and this one. And all the ones in this picture, they're very rough. And here we go. So you can see lots of interesting stuff. This block here looks scooped a bit. These may be quarry marks, maybe done at the quarry. This one also is scooped horizontally instead of vertically. This one has 2 vertical scoops in it going down into the sand at the bottom. And then up here, let's see if I can zoom in on that. We can see a very fine face on the side. Because this, either this is missing a block or it was intended to be faced to this one. And so let's go back and talk about what we're looking at here in terms of the facing. Why do we still have these casing stones and not the rest? Well, this place was quarried by people who wanted the granite and possibly the Tura. If the granite casing stones went up 1/3 and the rest of it was done with Tura limestone, all those are gone. But there's granite rubble all around this pyramid, just all around it, from the quarrying efforts of much later peoples who were using this as a source of high quality granite with fine faces on it, rather than having to go 500 miles, up the Nile to the quarry to get this granite. So this was close by and easy to get. So they were quarrying it to make millstones, and we'll see one of those as we move forward in the picture. An unfinished millstone.
No, they did not.
So that's why this doesn't have the roof anymore. And the reason why these few courses are left on this face is because there was so much rubble from the quarrying efforts of the courses above this that it actually covered the rubble, covered the base of the pyramid up to the level of the top of this casing. So you can't. So they didn't dig it out. It's like this was protected by their own quarrying rubble, basically. And so the archaeologists came in with machinery and dug this out to find the entrance, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. But they moved all the rubble away, and that's why these casing stones still remain. Here's more facing on the sides. It looks to me like these 2 blocks were intended to go next to each other, but they're just sitting up there. And then we're going to look closer at this right here, where you can see how the casing stones have been matched to the core masonry.
Like, fuck off, man.
Now that top bit there looks like mortar to me.
It does.
The top piece of the limestone.
Yeah.
It's sitting on. There's mortar between the limestone and the casing stone above it.
Yeah. It's interesting how rough it is, though.
But I did take some time to. I went and looked at a lot of the mortar, because in many cases on the Great Pyramid, there's mortar sticking out.
Yeah.
Because the mortar is now much harder than the limestone
How
and the
the fuck
rocks
did he
core
not pass
masonry
away?
itself. So the limestone core masonry is
Like, what the
eroding
fuck,
away,
man?
and the mortar joints are sticking out.
Yeah. That's right.
And they're extremely hard.
Yeah.
So that's what that looks like to me, just from looking
So
at the other
this
definite mortar.
This right here
Those
could
are
be
really
mortar, is
fucking
what you're
cursed,
saying.
yes.
This
And
bit.
it was eroded, right? It is heavily eroded, but
Yeah.
it just, in the case of the Great Pyramid, where it was like sticking out in some places, it was just much harder.
Yeah.
But it does look a lot like the limestone, so I don't know what they were making it out of.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the surface we're going to focus on here. So we've talked a lot about why this might have been surfaced, flattened, faced like this. And the question is did they do this because they were installing an entrance? But the problem is that there's another flattened surface around the side, which we'll look at in a bit.
What the fuck?
And as far as we know, there isn't a door over there.
That was the fastest reaction speed I think I've
So
ever
that's
seen.
interesting.
Ever.
And
That
it
was
made me
insane.
wonder if
That was so
maybe
fast.
when you're doing this job, you have 4 crews, and there's 4 crews, and each
That was
crew has a
insane.
job to like face that side of the pyramid. And you start with this, and this might be an alignment. Kyle and I were talking
That's
about
what
this
I
earlier.
thought.
Yes.
I think that maybe these flattened surfaces were made to
Let's go.
align as you're going up
No.
the pyramid with the casing stones. Once you get your angle set, you flatten up one piece up near the base.
Yeah.
It's fine.
On each side,
Like fucking off.
and that gives you the ability to set a tool and say, this is the
Fuck you.
angle.
Yeah.
And then from there, you can kind of shoot over the pillowiness, but as the masons are putting further blocks going up, they can check the depth and make sure that the blocks are sticking out far enough to where when they get faced, that they will be flat with no holes or gaps.
That's right. Absolutely. So this may have been some kind of precision, like or alignment tool,
But-
or face.
I still think that the door argument is valid as a reason to flatten this particular spot.
Yeah.
Because in many cases, as Petrie described, there are these hinging,
Like, no,
know
what?
what the
Come on,
prism-
man.
prism blocks.
Prism blocks.
Oh, fuck off.
They are designed to rotate with fairly little effort out, so it opens up the passageway where you can get in.
Right.
In order to have it hinge properly and close nicely, you would need those pillowy surfaces to be flattened. I mean,
Yes.
if you couldn't do it with like a giant pillowy block because it wouldn't roll. Like the corner that needs to come back into the interior structure wouldn't be able to do it if it was pillowy.
Right. So the prism block has to be flat, and the rest of this needs to be flat as well. Just kind of
Yeah.
so that's what's interesting is there's this nice square flattened area right around the entrance. There's another one around the east side of the pyramid that we'll look at in a bit. But the question that I had in my mind was, did they intend to do this to the whole pyramid, and they didn't finish the job? So one thing I'll mention real quick, this right here, some of you may notice this if you're watching. There are some glyphs here, but this amounts to 19th dynasty graffiti. So it is actual hieroglyphs, but this is, these pyramids on Giza are considered by the standard model to have been built in the 4th dynasty Old Kingdom. 19th dynasty is New Kingdom. It's like 1,000 years later or something. I don't know the specific numbers. But there isn't any 4th dynasty writing on this. This is much later. And then again, looking at this flat surface, notice, and I'm pointing this out here on the images, notice how whatever tool they were using or whatever their method was, it doesn't matter they don't seem to care where the blocks end, and it has this radius. And in some cases, they removed up to 12, maybe 18 inches of material from these blocks. This was a big job. I mean, you're removing a lot of material. It looks like they took a giant belt sander to it, almost.
Yeah, it's got a nice big sweeping curve at the edges there.
Right. Here's another look at that same side. And keep in mind also that this is a pyramid, so it's angled. So I'm taking this picture, I'm looking up.
Another thing to think about in this photo, for future, because we are going to talk about this at some point, but this is a great illustration of blocks going around corners.
Yes.
So they laid these courses all in a line, and then when they flattened these, at the edges, if there was a wall that was going to be extended out at the edge of where they flattened it here, these blocks that were flattened up to that point would look like they were going around
the corner. That's right. Absolutely.
Anyway, we'll see some of that later.
Perfect.
And we need to take a break.
We do need to take a break. We will
Like
be
who?
right back.
Fuck off, man.
5 slides. We did 5 slides.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, Brothers of the Serpent
Fuck
podcast.
off, man.
Continuing on with the presentation here
Fucking
on
annoying.
the, what is it called? The unfinished.
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 That's right. So let's move forward through some slides here. We're still looking at this flat area on the front of Menkaure, the small pyramid on Giza. This is the other side. Again, I'm looking up, taking a photograph, looking upwards. So those bottom blocks are basically at my eye height, and you can see again there's this radius where the whatever tool they were using stopped the facing, and look how much material was removed. I wish I had something in here for scale to show you, but again, this is probably a foot of granite.
Yeah, we'll have to get
Yeah.
something for scale in there next time.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Here's another look at it, and again, you can see the
fuck was
radius of
that?
the tool.
Like, what?
Really interesting. And I love how it just doesn't, it doesn't seem to care where the blocks start and end. It just, they wanted this square.
In this one, it looks like the tool may have been taller than one course of block. So they run it from side to side. And then, they go past this lower course here.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll have to look at that closer, too.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
So here's the lower part of the right side of the flat face. And I just want to point out this
Fucking
interesting
stupid
little
fucking
feature right
level.
here. We were talking about blocks going around corners. So this is just, what is the decision that you're making here? We were talking about how in general, the blocks match the core masonry, but this one seems to go, around its own little corner here. So they're just giving it a little bit of a lock. I love this. There are these little details in these structures that you see where you just you understand that the masons are just like, yeah, we're freaking awesome. That's why we did that. Why do we do that? Because we're badass. So this image, Ben sent me this. So I just have the one. This is the flattened face on the east side of the pyramid, which is, we're about to go around that side, but I just wanted to show this picture. This is one where it's flattened and there isn't a door. So like Kyle was talking about, could this be for, aligning your angles? What would be the right term? Surveying, possibly you mounted something here to check, to look upwards and check.
Yeah, it's like you're preparing the proper angle and surface before they lay the rest of the courses up there, so you can make sure that those courses are all going to match that angle.
Right.
Because you can imagine, let's say the masons are going up further and they're way up there, because all of the faces of the blocks are pillowy, you can't look down and eyeball and say, okay, yeah, these are roughly in the same, in other words, they need to be deep enough to slide in, fit snugly against the core masonry, but stick out far enough to that when they get faced at the angle, that it will be a complete, there won't be any voids.
Right.
If the block was not deep enough, and you fit it in there, and then when you go to face it at the proper angle, you go up there and the facing machine only touches like one piece of the block that's sticking out far enough, and the rest of it becomes a void.
That's right.
So you would want to avoid
having voids in your faces. That's right.
So I just imagine this as like, let's set the angle, then you can set up a surveying instrument against that face and use it, in a more simplified way to measure, or to at least shoot, up there and see that these blocks are sticking out far enough. Now you'd have to do it. It would be a little more complicated than just shooting that direct line.
Fuck, man.
But you'd have to have something that came off of this surface a few feet.
Yep.
And then you're using that, like, even if it was, you could imagine a string line, you could pull a string.
Yeah.
And say, as long as the blocks, the shallowest part of the block is within a foot of that string, you're good.
You're good. Right. And again, you have to remember that all of this is at an angle, which makes it harder than just, making a flat surface. It seems like they're prepping this to be done to the entire set of casing stones.
Man.
And for whatever reason, they didn't finish the job.
Also, this would be useful for going not only up, but to the sides.
Yes.
Like if they placed these middle blocks first, then they could shoot to the sides as well as they go down, and to reach the corners, you want to make sure the corner blocks are all sticking out far enough.
That's right.
Yeah, so it would be handy as a surveying, site preparation for a surveying instrument.
Right. So part of the idea here, one of the things that we're looking at are these enormous construction projects that for whatever reason were left unfinished in the middle of the job. Sometimes it seems right near the end of the job and it doesn't get completed. And that is what I think these two flattened faces on Mincara are showing us, that they intended to do this to the whole thing and they didn't finished the job. So here's a pile of granite rubble. This was all pushed away from the pyramid. This is just one picture of one of the piles. There's just stuff like this lying all over the place, and you can see these beautiful flat surfaces on these things. So presumably people were coming in here and cutting out this granite, removing this stuff, pulling these blocks off the pyramid because they wanted either flat surfaces or they just needed granite for making millstones. You can kind of see it now. We're looking at a Google Earth image, and you can kind of see around here there's just piles of this rubble all around. So what we're doing now is we walked around to the east side from the north side of the pyramid where the entrance is. We walked around to the east side of the pyramid, and there is this mortuary temple is what it's called, the mortuary or pyramid temple of Menkaure right here. And that's what we're going to look at next.
You see the actual causeway going off into the distance there,
yes,
too.
that's right. The causeway is there. So this is, we've walked around the pyramid, we're looking at the corner of this thing, and now this is made of highly eroded, enormous limestone blocks. There's lots of interesting features I could point out on this.
So
that
dumb,
do some
man.
indications of possibly where sand, like this groove in this block right here may be an indication of where it was buried in sand. If it was buried in sand up to this level, then the wind-blown sand going across that surface would erode this groove into this block. We saw this all over Egypt. You can kind of see it going around the corner here. The wind-blown sand right at ground level will cut these grooves into the block. But there's other interesting marks. People may have been, again, we're looking through many thousands of years of stuff. So like, what are these marks here? Did the builders leave those? Or is this something else? Somebody else cutting stuff out of it? It's not really clear. But you just notice the extremely heavily eroded blocks along the top of this temple, this structure. These up here, the blocks at the top, these would have presumably have been exposed. Some of this other stuff was presumably buried in sand and maybe rubble for a long time. But these up here, the ones that have been exposed for a long time, they look like sponges. They're just so degraded. I've zoomed in here so you can kind of see it. Okay, let's move forward. So this is where this structure connects to the casing stones of the pyramid itself. So my question when I was looking at this, and the question we've been asking ourselves is, because again, the standard model considers all this to be of a piece. In other words, the pyramid itself and this pyramid temple all put in place at the same time by the same construction, by the same builders for the same pharaoh, for Menkaure. And yet here we already have the question of, did they intend to face all these stones and never finish the job? Because you can see here, these casing stones for the pyramid are still puffy, pillowy. They haven't been flattened like those other areas. And then where this pyramid temple connects to those casing stones, it's butted up against those unflattened, unfaced stones. I'll zoom in a bit here so you can see it. So, and I talked to Randall about this, that if you're a builder and your intent is to build a structure all at once that has multiple rooms, like this temple, in other words, would be, if it was built by the same people and it was intended to be part of the pyramid, you wouldn't do it this way. These limestone core blocks of this temple should go through the casing and all the way to the core masonry of the pyramid itself, and then that's cased, right? In other words, like if you have a house and you want to add a room to it, or if you're just building the house from the ground up and you're putting a room somewhere, you don't finish the whole house and put the siding on and then build your extra room. Or if you're adding a room, you take the siding off and you connect those walls to the interior structure of the house. Lock it in to the load-bearing walls of the structure. You don't just sort of attach it to the exterior facing. To me,
unless you're the only thing I would say is different about that is that these casing stones are load-bearing.
That's right.
This is not the same as a siding, which is definitely not load-bearing.
That's right.
But your point is valid in its other respects.
You're
I
right.
think.
Because they're giant blocks, they can bear lots of load.
Yeah.
But it seems like what we see with the flattened areas is the intent was to flatten the whole thing. They clearly didn't. Building this temple up against this, they were putting it up against blocks, casing stone blocks that were not flattened. And it seems to me like you would actually want to make those temple walls go through the casing and attach to the core masonry of the pyramid itself, and then build the casing around that.
Right. If they plan to encase the temple, which is made of limestone, obviously easily eroded compared to the granite.
Right.
You would want to case that too. So my thought was, well, while they're casing the pyramid, they could be building this limestone structure, and then they could plan to case it later. But the problem with that is, if you were planning to flatten the surface, now you've got all of that debris raining down on this other structure that's like...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It would be a mountain of debris. So,
There's no way.
anyway,
Continue.
So what do you think that means? That
I'm basically saying that I'm on the side of the fence that is like, this is a later structure. This is a later addition by different builders.
That's right. That's the point that I'm trying to get at here, is that it implies to me that somebody built this pyramid and intended to flatten the face of all of the casing stones and didn't finish the job. And at a later point, somebody came and added this structure. And they clearly added it to an unfinished structure without altering that structure very much.
Fucking hell, it's just too fast if you don't let go of CL.
This is another look at it, and this is an image that has a millstone. So you can see somebody was in the process of taking a granite casing stone and making a millstone out of it.
You can also see that just the way that these limestone blocks are laid. Although it is awesome, it is not nearly to the degree of precision, I guess you could say.
That's right.
It just looks much different than the way the granite stones are laid.
That's right.
They seem to be much finer. Now, the limestone is more heavily eroded, but just you can just see the sort of tilting and the sort of haphazard way that they're sort of set together. It's just not quite to the same degree of skill as the granite blocks.
That's right. And again, note the piles of rubble, granite rubble here above the casing.
In other words, it's not bad. It just looks like a different builder.
That's right.
Now, there's no reason to think that with a job this big, you wouldn't have multiple different contractors. Like, they just think you have a modern job.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to hire this builder to do this part. Then you got this other builder that's doing this other part, and then maybe you have your general contractor guy who's kind of overseeing the whole thing. He's not the builder necessarily doing the work or his style.
So you have AAA Pyramids doing the pyramid, and you got Johnson's Temples doing the temple.
This is so fucking
So you have
annoying,
different
man.
styles, all in the same
Oh, we're so
structure.
close.
Which is,
we're so close, man.
That's understandable, but I still think that this is. If you were the general contractor on this job, you would make sure that at least that hallway connects to the core masonry if you're planning to case the entire thing.
That's right. Even if you weren't, you could have the granite casing stones sort of finish out against the limestone and have the limestone go all the way through, and you can maybe come around the corner and sort of...
I would say if you weren't planning to case the temple, then you should case the pyramid first and then put the temple up against it.
Yeah. Yeah, and flatten the casing stones.
Fuck you.
Seemingly. I don't know.
One of my thoughts initially about the not flattening the casing stones before putting these walls up is that the casing stones being irregular, when you cut the limestone block to fit against it, it sort of locks it in place. Now, if they were flat, it would just be two flat surfaces. Now, we're talking about huge stones here, so
I
it
need
doesn't...
another bowl already. Like, holy shit, this game, bro.
But you're not screwing it into the wall or anything, right? So in a modern situation with flimsy pieces of wood, you would want to screw it into the wall. If you couldn't, you'd want it to lock into that wall somehow.
That's right.
So this is one way of like locking those tall walls into place so that they don't want to shift, lean in or out because they're up against this irregular surface.
Right.
So that was
there's all kinds of questions about this. This is what's so fascinating about looking at these pictures and what actually was going on here.
Yeah, and then once the surface was faced, it would appear as though the granite casing stone sort of went around corners
around the corners
into the
into
limestone,
limestone.
and the limestone vice versa. If the limestone was going deep into a recess between the
Yes.
granite pillariness,
Yes.
it's hard to explain. But yeah, it would look like they were alternately going around corners.
So this is a view of the pyramid, the east face of the pyramid from inside the temple, one of the areas inside the temple. And again, you can see these, you can see these, I don't know, these deep cuts, almost like
giant like trenches.
Trenches.
Horizontal trenches cut in the side of the walls.
Yeah, looks like what we see here would be water erosion, but this is probably sand. This is another view from inside. Just looking around inside here. And you can see these blocks are freaking huge. There's a view looking out towards the other two pyramids, Khafre and Khufu. But what was interesting were these blocks on the inside of this temple. So we're talking, again, we're thinking about multiple stages of building, possibly a large amount of time passing between each stage. And there are these casing stones on the interior of this temple. There's not very many of them left, but there were some, and I've tried to get as many pictures of them as I could. And this again is a completely different style. You see that they cleanly faced the front faces of the blocks, but left the corners puffy. Now this is interesting because those corners, if it was faced completely, those sharp corners that would result from completely facing it all the way out to the edges would be the most vulnerable parts of the block. They would be vulnerable to breakage as you're moving them around, putting them in place or whatever. So leaving them like this, where the corners aren't, sharp, protects that if you do intend later to come along and face it and make it all perfectly smooth. It's not clear that they did intend to do that. But this block in the middle, it does seem like they may have faced it all the way flat. I'm not sure, because this one sticks out. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
This one might be completely faced. I don't know.
You can kind of see a small line.
There is a little bit of a line here at the bottom, yeah. But what's interesting is how these blocks are connecting to the limestone core of the temple itself. So we'll look at that here. This is another shot of the faces of the block. So you can see it's flat in the middle of the block, but the edges have been left rough. And that gives you a scale. These blocks are not small. So yeah, these look like chisel marks to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what was happening here.
And they go from the block above through to the block below. So
That's right.
It looks like.
And then look here, they've cut in to this block to place these.
Yeah, it may have been.
And over here, they cut in to this block to place this one.
But you can see in some of the erosion where it hasn't really cut a channel, but it's pockmarked. It's made
Yes.
of stone.
The fuck
like
are you?
Swiss cheese, basically. Like
Fuck
you were saying.
you.
So maybe they're cutting out some of that weaker
They're
material.
removing the weaker material. So in other words, what we're looking at here possibly is a third stage of building. In other words, that this core masonry of this temple had to have some time to become eroded before somebody else later came in and was trying to protect this structure by installing these granite or diorite, whatever they are. They look like diorite to me. They look kind of like the same material that the Serapeum block boxes are made of. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure what this material is. But it is a kind of black granite with crystal inclusions. So that's the question. Are we looking at 3 stages of building here with 2 intermediary periods of undeterminate age or length? How long does it take? How long does it take for this temple to become eroded enough to where we see this kind of installation where it looks like they were, like they've done elsewhere on Giza, matching new casing to old erosion, like they did in the Valley Temple and in the Sphinx Temple. So that's one of the questions, again, is like, we see over and over that it seems like somebody was doing a giant building project, didn't quite finish the job. A lot of time passes, and somebody else comes along and does another giant building project, and maybe they don't finish the job. And then somebody else comes along way later after that's all eroded, and then starts to try to protect it with new casing stones. So how much time are we talking about passing here? This is a question I don't have the answer for, but it's a good one to ask. So now we're moving over to, we're looking at Khufu. This is the Great Pyramid. This is the east side, I think.
Maybe I'll just
This
do
is
that.
the
Maybe
basalt
just like
paving.
see up there.
Out in front of this
That's probably the best way.
ridiculously enormous structure. And it's beautifully flat. And this is another one where it looks like somebody was installing these tiles, these basalt tiles, onto an already eroded surface of the plateau itself. So here's a look down into a pit where you can kind of see the edges of the tiles. And they're rough. Now, it's not really clear what we're looking at here. Some of this may be modern attempts at repairs. Some of this may be mortar. I don't know. But this is the area where there's lots of saw marks and saw cuts, and they're always evident on the edges of these tiles. But my question is how much repair work was done in modern times for this? Did these tiles always have these irregular subsurfaces, the bottoms of the tiles? Were they always irregular like this, or is that just breakage after? Was it completely disturbed and the bottoms of the tiles were exposed and they've been chipped off and broken, and then when they tried to repair the tiling in the surface, they put in a bunch of mortar to fill in all those holes, or is that how they were cut?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Now there are other places where
Here's a saw mark.
they're clearly complete. They're sitting right on the bedrock.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But look at this. This looks like an
That looks like a
intentional
piece of
cut.
mortar.
I know, but this corner,
Yeah.
right, I agree that it's matched to some mortar here, but this corner looks intentional on the basalt. It kind of goes nicely around a 90-degree here.
Yeah, or it was just the result of some other block that was taken
Yes, that's right.
from a larger piece, and they're just like, well, we're only needing this for a tile.
Right. And again, these are installed in some cases on possibly older limestone tiles below them. And these are also in many cases heterogeneous. They have there's one going around a 90-degree, in other words, not matching.
Little step.
Yeah, a little step, not matching the horizontal course of the one next to it. So that's the question. Is this a broken tile and they filled it in with mortar, or is this how it was originally made? Don't know, but look how perfect the upper surface is. It's just so beautiful. And then we have this video. Kyle took this. So what is this?
This is just a piece of the basalt tiling it's now like an island, because everything else around it had been busted
Yeah,
up.
because they
or
were
whatever.
cutting this out. They were making these trenches for lighting,
Well, yeah, but-
wiring.
yes, they did that, but also, I mean, this thing has been destroyed at the edges, right? It's just
Yes,
gone
that's
at
right.
the edges, and even the basalt chunks are gone. And
Yeah.
so this is like this little island that's left, and I was just amazed at these 2 or 3 blocks up here, and I at one point was measuring their level with this little precision level that I had. But this video was just comparing it to the rest of the tiling. It's
Right.
cool.
So let's take a look here.
So yeah, here you can see how well it matches with the rest of the surface out there.
Like, what is this guy doing, man? Like, come on. Why?
And it's just on this heavily eroded piece of bedrock that's sticking up.
Like, fucking guy, man.
Yeah,
Or
it's
is
amazing.
that, is that old limestone
Old
tiles?
tile?
I don't know.
Right, but it's clear again.
But it was just so well made. So the point is like after however many thousands of years, these 2 tiles are still sitting relatively level and at the same height as all of the other tiles that they have been completely separated from at
Right.
this point.
It's just amazing.
It's just well done.
Yeah. Okay, just a quick look here at the Valley Temple. This is another case of a structure that seems to have been built out of gigantic, enormous limestone core blocks. And then after some amount of time had passed where those core blocks eroded due to the elements, somebody came in and cased it in granite. And this structure is absolutely beautiful. And again,
which is interesting because the interior of this temple is granite. Like the granite columns, it had a granite roof.
That's right.
Like this fucking game.
But the exterior walls were these just gigantic limestone.
Pardon me.
Yeah, and I think Ben said that the outside was also cased. It's just all gone. Almost all of it's gone. Yeah.
Right. So the point is why did they, this is a separate point, but why did they choose these different stones if it was the same builder?
Yeah.
Or did they find this heavily eroded just exterior wall and decided to case it and then build like columns and stuff out of granite on the inside?
Yeah. Yeah, or maybe there were there were remnants of limestone columns and stuff in the interior, and they tried to copy it. They just removed, who knows? But that's a great question. Yeah. But again, this is one of the temples where there's just no writing. It's just the walls are silent. They speak in a different way. And these blocks go around corners. So now we're looking at an image where you're looking into a kind of hallway. And you can see how these blocks go around the corners. This one especially. And its matching block on the other side definitely goes around the corner in a big way. But all of them kind of do a little bit.
Yeah, at least a couple of inches.
Yes. So if this was done in the same style, and I generally think it was, that these blocks, if you think back to what we were looking at the Menkara Pyramid and the casing stones there, that this block would have been puffy. In other words, it would have would have had a lot of material here.
I'm not sure that those are the same block. I think those are two different blocks. But they do go around the corner. Look.
Oh, you think this one is a different block? You're right.
This one goes around the corner on the back wall. It goes around the corner towards us a little bit.
Yeah. You're right.
So the point is if they were puffy, up to like 2 to 3 inches.
Man, I'm so rusty.
Yeah, there's the line right there.
They were faced off 2 to 3 inches. You would see that's how they appear to go around the corner there.
Okay, next.
I mean, they do.
They definitely go around the corner. Here's another look at this monster. This block right here. It's absolutely enormous. And then this one on this side. Some of these blocks are just unbelievably huge. And yeah, there's this, what looks like in these corners what do you call that, like a drill line?
Yeah, from the top to the bottom of the corner.
From all the way at the top of the wall to the floor.
It has horizontal striations that look like it might have been like a tube drill.
Yes, they drilled this out. It's continuous. It's hard to see in the images, but it is continuous. When you're there, you can walk up to the corner and look up and see that there's this continuous.
See, that block is coming around the corner from the left to the right, and the block above it. It's like they alternate.
Yeah.
Well, that one goes way around the corner.
It does go way around the corner. So it's where the question here is, did they do this by installing blocks that had a lot more material on them, and then you drill 4 holes at the tops of the walls, and then you begin to face the entire thing down to where those holes become the corners of your hallway.
Right.
What the fuck is going on?
That's what it looks like. Whether that's the way they did it or not, I don't know. But it is an interesting idea, and that's how you end up with blocks going around corners, like Kyle was pointing out.
What the fuck?
So this is just, I just wanted to point out real quick here how fine these joints are. This is a 3-way joint, one going, it's horizontal, and then there's a vertical joint right there where my middle finger is. I put my hand on here for scale. So this is a joint between, between the courses, and then this is a joint between 2 blocks on the upper course. It's so thin, it's almost invisible. And again, we're talking about absolutely gigantic blocks here. And then the other thing to note here is how heavily eroded the granite is. This is decomposing. So also the nature of the granite. It's rough grain. The grain sizes in this granite are large. They're the size of my fingernails. So the individual pieces of quartz and feldspar and all the different stuff that granite's made of are large. And in some cases, those pieces are just kind of crumbling off because the granite itself has been exposed for so long.
This
that it's
game,
decomposing.
bro. This
Here's
fucking
another.
game.
This one goes around the corner. I tried to. Yeah, this is an outside corner, and you see how fine the joint is between the two blocks. So much so that it almost disappears.
Yeah, it's almost as though the only reason you can see it today is because it's a weak point.
Right.
And so it's more eroded at the corners
Like
or
who?
edges of
How?
these blocks of each
Like,
course
fuck
than
yeah.
it is on the normal surface of the block. If that wasn't the case, you may not
Hold
even
on,
be able to
like,
see
5
these
years
scenes at all.
Right. That's right. They would almost vanish. Yeah. So this is just one image we got of where and this may be on the outside. I can't remember, but this is a granite stone faced up against the limestone core, and you can see that they made it fit. And this is more obvious in other places. This is the only place I could get a good photo. But this is where they were making it fit the already eroded limestone itself. So again, this implies 2 stages of building, possibly. We need to take a break. Break time. All right. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Brothers of the Serpent podcast, second half of the show. Trying to make our way through this Egypt presentation, unfinished. And it may be unfinished by the end of this episode. We'll see. But we are moving now from the Giza Plateau and the Pyramid of Menkaure down to the Osirian. This is about 300 miles down south, up the Nile, southward. So I'm just showing a map here, give you the idea of how far it is, about 300 miles away. So this is the Osirian, Google Earth images. You can see the temple of Seti I there.
Little L shape.
Little L shape, yeah. So just pointing out that most of the time these kinds of temples are long rectangles, but the Temple of Seti does this nice little L-shaped bend. It takes a hard left.
All right, I have a question with this. What is with the orientation there? I'm assuming the Google Earth image is north-south.
It's close to north-south. Yeah,
there's north. Okay. So, like...
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
I would like to look at other temples that are supposed to be like this. Do they have random orientations, or are they typically... Because I thought... In a lot of cases, you know, an equinox or a solstice sunrise or something would shine through the opening of the temple.
Yeah. Not in this.
But this temple, its original part, seems to be oriented in the same direction as the Osirian.
It does. I noticed this as well when I was looking through here.
So tell us the story. What's the standard model story about this? Or what?
The standard model story is that the Osirian and the temple itself are all one thing.
Okay.
That the Osirian is something like the tomb of Osiris.
Mm-hmm.
But the Osirian is 40 to 50 feet below surface level. The temple is on the surface. The Osirian is way below it. And because of the way the temple sort of takes this turn, it seems like the engineers were digging the foundations for the temple and ran into the Osirian and put the rest of the temple off to the side in order to not cover it. Mm-hmm. But you're correct that the orientations are roughly similar.
So my thought was that maybe they were digging the foundations and they ran in to the Osirian,
And then they matched
and then
its
they matched its
orientations.
orientation.
Yeah, exactly. And it also seems like maybe SETI himself had an indication that there was something there. Possibly. It isn't clear, really. But the question too is like, why did he intend to install his temple here?
I'd like to measure the angle there, but anyway, we'll do that later.
I mean, it's almost like almost
Yeah.
45 degrees.
Yeah, it does look like that. It would be interesting if it was.
Yeah.
Well, just like to know.
So this is looking down into the Osirian from above. And again, you can see how deep it is beneath the surface. Lots and lots of layers of Nile silt here from old floods. What's unclear is, did the builders of the Osirian dig this pit in order to put the temple down below ground level? Or was it put on the surface and then buried by later silt? That's a question I have. I don't know.
Seems like if they had dug it out, the archaeologists would have found that. Like, in other words, when they're excavating, they would have been excavating loose rubble, not
Yeah.
finely made sedimentary lines. Also, it would have been filled with sediment.
Yeah. But SETI dug it out.
Ah.
That's the thing. Again, we're looking through thousands of years of cultural stuff.
Oh.
Erosion and deposition by people who have been living in this place. So SETI's
So
engineers...
possibly that back wall there in the picture was how far SETI went?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
In other words, they're digging foundations for the temple and they run into the tops of these blocks.
Yes.
They hit the roof
Yeah.
and then they dug it out. And it goes down multiple levels below this.
Right.
But
into
it's
the
covered in
table.
water. Yes, it's into the water table.
Now, is
at
the
this
water
point.
table there because of the dam?
Yes, this used to go up and down.
Because of the Nile flooding?
Right.
Yeah.
Another look from more straight on. So you can see the megalithic style here. And again, we're way above the temple, the structure itself at this point. And it's hard to convey in images how gigantic some of these blocks are and what it feels like when you're standing in this thing. We're walking in.
That's that doorway that you were just looking at.
Yeah.
It's in the previous picture. Yeah, the doorway
Right.
in the back there with the two boards going across the water.
Right.
It's enormous.
Yes. So we're walking in, and you can see that these blocks have been quarried by later people. Again, here's some quarry marks here. We'll notice these later when we're looking at the Aswan quarry. This is a particular kind of granite quarrying where you use iron or steel chisels and you make a bunch of, like a dotted line into the stone with the chisels. And then you pound in wooden.
This is what they say.
This is what they say. You pound wooden wedges into these, or possibly just metal ones. But you put, the story here is that wooden wedges are put in, and they pour water. They wait for the wood to expand. They pound on them more with hammers and pour water on them, and eventually it'll split the block. And if you've done it right, or if the granite is the right composition, you get a somewhat flat but rough face after you split it. And they're trying to steal these very finely flattened surfaces off of these blocks. So again, the Osirian,
I think the proper term is reuse.
right? Recycle. Yes. They're
Now,
quarrying the place. Here's some quarrying marks, and this one didn't work out for the people doing the quarrying. So they were trying to get themselves a little corner here, and it looks to me like it didn't work properly. It broke unevenly. But maybe all they wanted was this upper flat face. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what happened here, because it seems like, I don't know how this quarrying technique works, but it seems like you would maybe need more here. Or you would want to go all the way down.
Yeah. I was thinking in a lot of cases here that most of this stuff was buried in sand and they just didn't know how deep it was. So they're like, well, maybe we can quarry this piece off because the block maybe doesn't go down very far.
Right, so they stop here.
But they don't realize that they've only made marks in less than half the length of the block.
Right, that's right.
Which is, it's much less likely to split off perfectly if you don't go all the way across that surface you're trying to.
That's
break.
right. And then if you look at this, down here at the bottom of this block, you can see water lines from when this used to go, when the water used to go up and down. I think that's what this is. You kind of see them all over the place.
And if you go back, zoom in a little bit on the tiles on the floor,
Yeah.
to the right and to the left corner there, you can see that the floor tiles are depressed
Yes.
slightly around where the column fits in.
Right. They put the columns in sockets.
This depression is like a roughing out because you can see it in one of the empty holes.
Right.
You see this same depression around the empty hole, and so we were thinking like,
Here's another one.
It's supposed to be a column in that hole.
Yes, you can see this one also is roughed out. It's in its own socket. And what's interesting is that there's a little bit of space here. We'll see this, and then it goes very deep. Like they would actually make this into a plug. So this block is mostly intact, and yet it still has these interesting marks on it in various places that may be tool marks, possibly. We'll look at more of this as we move forward here. These blocks are relatively well kept. Now somebody clearly quarried some corners off the tops of this block and up here. And these, again, I want to point out, these wouldn't have been the roof. The roof would have been on top of these. So this may be a remnant of a roof block here. And the roof blocks are just really gigantic. It's crazy being underneath these because, you know, you've got this giant column next to you and it's just one single piece. And you just wonder, when you're walking through here, you just wonder about the builder who's just like, yeah, no, I want the column to be a single block. Yeah, just one. You know, we would do this now, and the dynastic Egyptians definitely did this. They would make these beautiful, really tall columns by using column drums, so little discs, and you stack the discs, these rounded discs on top of each other all the way up, and then you carve the whole thing out to make this beautiful column. Whoever built this, they're just like, nope, one block. You know, they wanted to build this thing, it seems like, in as few blocks as possible. And again, you can see water lines. And that these blocks are in their own sockets here. Here's around the side. You can see it. So here we go. Single column block. Enormous roof supporting blocks going across the tops of the columns. Just one per span. Well, of course, you have to do it that way. And then the roof blocks
could have been
across.
narrower.
Yeah, they could have been narrower.
Narrower beams that were just, you stack the beams next to each other.
Right.
It's one giant thick block.
Also, nothing here is completely square. So there's a slight taper to everything, or a slight tilt to the outer walls and a slight taper to the columns. It's just all so unbelievably amazing and fascinating to look at this and realize. And when you're standing in it, there's this effect.
Yeah, so the ceiling would be bigger than the floor space.
That's right.
They're all tapered.
Yeah, just to make it harder.
I wonder, too, about that in terms of the perspective. Like, if you saw this thing when it was complete.
Yeah.
Because everything's tapering away as it gets further away from you.
Yeah.
That it actually appears more square.
Yeah.
Because
it seems like it needs to get wider as it goes.
It does get wider as it goes up.
Oh.
Because the columns in themselves taper narrower and the walls taper away. So the ceiling space
I see.
looks to be the same size as the floor. Because it's bigger.
Okay, yeah.
Than the floor space.
You're right. Okay, so the negative space is what looks the same size, not the blocks themselves. Right. Yeah, okay. I got it. I get it.
It's weird the way they did that. It's just cool. I mean, there's no need to do it, but they did it. It's like, well, what would be the purpose of that?
Yeah.
You know?
So here's one of the sockets. You can see the line around this
sort of roughing out.
Roughing out. So it looks like there may have been a column plugged into this hole.
Yes.
There are some roof blocks. These are some of the few that remain. And again, it's very difficult to convey the scale. But standing beneath these roof blocks, there's just a sense of the immensity of these stones when you're standing beneath them and looking up. You know, they're so far above you and they're so massive. I don't know, it's just really impressive, amazing to walk through here. And this band of this strange model band going across the top here is reflection from the water, because the center of this walkway that I'm standing in is full of water. So this is the reflection from the water onto the roof blocks there. That's what it looks like.
See, now this is really interesting. If this was a place where you're supposed to be, you know, not like you were saying in the beginning, the pyramids don't look like you're supposed to be in them when you're in them. And the temples do. Now, how does this make sense for a temple? Or were there tiles of a different type of stone
in this
trough?
In this trough, yeah.
If not, then you just have this like large step down into a trench
right.
that runs down like what should be a main hallway, and there's all these little alcoves on the sides that you would have to climb up just to walk into, and then they're tiny little rooms that don't go anywhere. It's just,
it is weird.
This place does not. I don't think this place is designed for like people to be in it.
Right. It doesn't make sense. You're jumping over things, and
sort of goes against my argument of the perspective of the tapering. But
who knows?
It's very strange.
So just to give a comparison, again, this is I don't remember which temple this is. I just picked a few of these, but look at how the columns are discs. You know, they're made of column drums. They're beautiful, but every surface is covered in writing. And they're open and airy and just, I don't know, they're designed. It seems like when you're walking around in these, it's like, yes, people are meant to be in here. But then you see this, and it's just completely different. Look at that compared to these, and how much writing there is.
Yeah, now there are some one single piece columns that look like these that are made of granite.
Yes.
We saw them at Tanis.
That's right. And guess what?
There's no writing on them.
No writing.
But they do have the palm fronds.
That's right. They do. Yes. So again, we may be looking at advanced cargo cult.
Right.
The temples are beautiful, but again, they're covered in
same
imagery.
building, same basic construction method. Columns with the cross members, and then the roofing tiles over top of that.
Yeah. So back to the Osirian. This is just showing some. You might be starting to recognize this style. This is one of the exterior walls of the Osirian, and you see how it's unflattened. Unlike the columns we were just looking at, which were flat, have flat surfaces. You see a couple of sheared off, what look like sheared off nubs on this, scoop marks, vertical lines.
This is the
tool
inside,
marks, possibly. Yes, this is on the inside.
Inside of an exterior wall.
Here's what are you calling this? A notch?
Yeah.
This is inset. And again, the blocks are not flat, not flattened. It does.
And some of these are. So the tile at the ceiling there on the right is sandstone or some kind of limestone.
Right. Here's a block that goes around a corner from vertically.
Ceiling. Yeah.
So it's like you install this and then you make it match this block and it goes around a corner. So this was interesting. In the Osirian, we kept seeing these. And this is something you see in other megalithic and heterogeneous or cyclopean stonemasonry elsewhere in the world, where there are these little tiny inclusions, like where you see these giant megalithic blocks, and then there are these little bitty things installed, at junctions or at joints. This shows you that kind of this doesn't go all the way through the wall. In other words, this is maybe purely for aesthetics. It's to repair a broken part of the corner of the block, so that when they faced this, it would be complete. Like Kyle was saying earlier, there would be no void left. So in other words, if you're moving your block from the quarry and you've left it unfinished on all the faces so that you don't damage it, or when you do damage it by accident, because it's going to happen, that you don't lose the material that you need for the finished surface. And yet sometimes it's still going to happen that you break the corner off by some accident, but you can repair it by sort of scooping that out and installing one of these little insets so that when you face the whole thing, you have this clean corner. There's no void left. Here's an example where they've done that. They installed this little thing possibly to fix where this block was chipped on its upper edge. And then when they finished it out, it's got a nice clean, it doesn't have a big void there.
Now, what's interesting about this in terms of the facing is that looks faced, but it's puffy.
Yes, that's right.
It's like they stuck that piece in there and then they just took the tool and just kind of.
That's right. It does. Yes.
But it's still the
this
whole
is in
block
one of the
is still
alcoves.
pillowy.
Yeah. This is one of the alcoves, so it's possibly they intended to come in and do more facing or not. It
You
could
can
be
tell
complete.
that they have done some rough facing on the doorways, because this is the right side of a doorway.
Right.
You can see there that the two blocks have both been cut away to kind of widen the opening there of the door, and you'll see more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how all those doors have that little cut in.
That's right.
So they were coming through and roughly facing some stuff, and I think too about the nubs, that they may have stuck out like a foot, or more, and then they just come by and just roughly sort of get rid of them as they go up the courses.
Yeah. So as you look along this wall, you'll just see all these interesting marks, lots of vertical and similar looking marks all along here. You can see them hinted at in all of these blocks. There's a definite curve along this one, and it's got all these vertical, these may be witness marks, and then the nubs themselves. So somebody was coming along and roughly facing these blocks, and somebody, and then you cut the nub off, because now this is useless for maneuvering or anything else. So it seems to me like it used to extend out much farther. There's two on this block. This may be a reverse one, I don't know. But you can kind of see all these vertical lines, these vertical scoops along these blocks. Like this wall was roughly faced, but they intended to flatten it completely, and we'll see that in a minute. Here's another little inset right here, and one here. And I love how these doorways go into the block above them, which makes that block basically go around the corner of the doorway vertically. Okay. So this is what makes us think that they, again, intended to really flatten this wall. And they clearly did not finish the job. So you see here that from the ceiling blocks, the roof blocks, they were coming along and flattening, and you can kind of see the width of the tool. That they had some tool and they were working their way down from the top, just like you would with like painting a wall, like think of a paint roller that has this same look. And when you're doing finish work, you start from the top and work your way down, and that's exactly what they were doing here. So you can imagine if somebody was painting the wall with a roller, and they were going along and painting from the top down, but they're standing on a ladder or something. They can't get all the way to the floor with the roller, so they just go where they can reach, wherever the tool can reach. That's what this looks like. It's the same pattern. And when you look along the edge, it goes all the way to the corner here. That they were flattening those rough faces, just like at Minkare.
And the beauty of this, again, is that in that corner you can see that because of the flattening, they're taking off 2-3 inches of stone. You can see that top block there goes around the corner.
It goes around the
And
corner.
so it wouldn't have looked to go around the corner when it was puffy.
Right.
When all that material was still sticking out, it would just be a normal corner joint.
Right. But this, again, this implies that they didn't finish the job. This one is, to me, absolutely clear that they intended to fully flatten this entire wall, and for some reason, one day, whoever was doing this job, one day he puts down his tools to go home for the night, and he just doesn't ever come back, and the job never gets finished. it still looks like this thousands and thousands of years later. And you can see that the ceiling was flattened, and this wall was beginning to be flattened. I just can't point this out enough. And so I'm going to show a video here that shows this whole wall. Hopefully this will play properly. Yeah, here it is. This is just me scanning along the wall. And there's the area they flattened with those interesting marks at the bottom. I'm showing you the scale. So that's the question. Why didn't they finish the job? What happened? All right. Moving now from the Osirian 200 miles further up the Nile, down south to the quarry. Here it is. And you can see this is a nice source of this granite. All of this is a big granite outcrop here. And the farther down south you go, or up the Nile, the more of this granite you see, it begins to stick out of the limestone. And then when you're down here at Aswan, it's just everywhere. The river's full of these huge granite outcrops sticking out in the middle of the river. But this place they chose to quarry it, and again, when you're thinking about this, you're thinking about quarrying, you got to get to the good rocks. You have to dig out all of the stuff that's been exposed to the elements to get to the stuff that is, good stone, good high quality stone.
Right. Look at the unfinished obelisk there in the picture.
Yeah, we are going to be looking at this thing.
Yeah, I know. It's just, that's cool. That thing is so huge. So this outcrop is massive. And I would point out that they say before the Aswan Dam that this area would flood, right? And so the Nile, when it was flooded, the water would come into that channel.
Yeah.
That you can see there in the quarry. Yeah. Where the marker is.
That's right.
So the idea was that in that time of year, they would be able to remove some of the quarried stones and just set them right onto, river barges or whatever they use to get them downstream.
Right. You could float them right into the Nile from here.
Yeah.
So this is us looking at this. We're in the channel before we walk up to the quarry, and you can see all the levels, all these various surfaces. Clearly, this is a quarry.
Should have cleaned your lens there, man.
Yeah, I know. I was hobbling around at this point. So I'm just going to show this area. This area is showing you what would be considered more modern, possibly, say, during the Greek period, Hellenistic. This is when they had bronze or even iron tools, maybe even steel. So they're using this method of using chisels to make notches.
This is a method that's basically used today. I mean,
still
by
used
modern
today.
masons, except they might have power tools to drill holes
right
in a line and then stick steel, chisels,
wedges
in there, and then just slowly hammer each one and go back and along the line and keep hammering, and then it splits the rock.
Splits the rock, and so you get this rough split face. Now I don't know if they really split this whole thing all at once to get this long, but this could have been, somebody was making an obelisk or something.
Yeah.
Or they may have cut it up into smaller blocks, but you can see they got a very nice split here. I mean, the surface is not smooth, but that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And all along here, you see these marks. Here's some more of them. So we did see these in the quarry. There's chisel marks. I think this is definitely chiseling.
Yeah.
But then there's these. These things that you see all through the quarry. These are like almost a grid line of these strange scoops. They don't look anything like the, notching with chisels.
It's all smooth.
Yeah,
curves.
These are all smooth and roughly grid-ish. The squares are all roughly in the same position to make kind of a grid. Here's another look at some of them. And these also look much older. I don't know. I'm not sure. My impression is that this area of the quarry was a different style of cutting. There's also these very large scoopish marks where you can see that there's a tilt, you know, and it scoops and then it goes up, or it's like almost digging down. And in some cases, these would be stair steps. So I'm kind of looking down. This is going down a slope.
It is like a stair step.
Yeah.
Right there.
Here I'm looking back up
Yes.
it. And you can see Kyle trying to take the picture that I just took. So yeah, you can see how and the tool here looks very large. Like whatever the tool face was, it seems to have been big. Unlike those little notches that you see with the chisels, these witness marks, you know, what it is. This could be almost 2 feet across. Don't know. Didn't measure them. There's more of the stair stepping. Scoop marks all over the area here. Now this is interesting. Scooping out, and there's this natural fracture or a change in the stone here. But you see the scoops along the bottom, like they were, you know, they're digging out this fractured area. This is not good granite right here.
Yeah, that could be also that they were digging to take the piece that's gone
Yes.
on
Could
the
be.
left side.
Yeah. The other thing you notice about these scoop marks is that they're continuous in a lot of ways, a lot of times. Like this starts here, or you know, we can see it starting here, and it goes up the wall and goes all the way up, and all of them do this. You can follow the lines. It's kind of difficult to see in this image, but these are all continuous troughs, I guess you would say. And they come down and go around this. I'm looking at the same fractured area here. You can't quite see it in this side. The light isn't correct, but over here you can see that they're continuous. Here's both kinds. There's what looks more. I don't know if this is the chisel. This might be actually too. Let's see. Scoop marks here. Tough to tell.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the smooth scoops.
Yeah. There you go. What's great about this one is you see there's an appearance of a changing of angle of the nature of the scoops. Like the tool itself is on some kind of, that it has a radius. And this is, you know, we've gone back and forth with each other, Kyle and I have, and Ben, endlessly on what would the tool look like. You know, is it rotating on a radius? Does it have an articulating arm? Does it tilt? You know, but this, you may be able to determine from this kind of set of marks a center point somewhere where the tool was sitting. But you have to know how many.
I think this thing is like fully articulating at multiple joints.
That's right.
So you would have a fully articulating tool tip, so it can rotate and swing in all different directions. And then when you move up the boom arm, that also rotates and swings in all different directions.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like in some cases that it must have to be able to do that.
Yeah. That's right.
That was a good contrast too between the more modern chiseling method. I mean, look at those notches
right here.
right there.
The notches versus this.
Yeah. It's a big contrast.
Yeah, that is a big contrast. Then there are these. These are all over the quarry. Test pits.
Or anchor points.
Anchor points, test pits of mostly indeterminate depth. They are usually full of sand and rubble and trash at the bottom. Ben says some of these go down 30 feet. So you can imagine if they are test pits, that's the idea, that they were digging down around an area where they wanted to extract stone, and they were digging down to see, like, what's the quality? You know, you dig down and see, like, are there any major fractures in the area? You know, is the quality of the stone good enough? But again, you see that is this being made with primitive tools? You can kind of see the scoop nature of this. It just doesn't seem like a test pit made with very primitive tools, or
like
even the
scoop-
pounding stones would look like this.
The scooping is like in a horizontal manner.
It's
here.
horizontal.
Like you stick the tool down and it scoops around,
right.
and then you get that out of there. Then it goes down and scoops around again and does it on one side and then the other, and it leaves that rib in the middle.
Right.
It's just, yeah.
It's very, very interesting.
And then some of them don't have that rib. It's just like a single hole.
right.
It's like they dug a second.
Like
one.
that one. I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't get up to take a picture down in there, but this is another pit, and you can see there's scoops all around it. But then it goes up, and there's this deep hole right here. So now we are going to look at this thing. This is a closer image of it on Google Earth, but yeah, we're going to actually focus on this absolutely enormous thing that's still stuck in the quarry. Again, the idea of unfinished. It is called the unfinished obelisk. Here it is. So again, pictures don't do it justice. It's I don't have the right words. It's massive. So
It's too big.
It's too big to talk about. For scale, look at our Men in Black up here. See this guy? This is one of the Men in Black. One of the guards we had with us. So yeah, this is that one. This might be Yusuf.
Yeah.
Probably telling us to stop climbing down into the yeah. This thing, it's just unbelievably gigantic, and it's also tilted. You know, it's on this angle. It isn't flat, so you start to wonder, like, what were they thinking? How are they going to get it out of this pit? What was their plan to move it out of here? This part of the quarry wouldn't have been full of water. So if you're thinking in terms of, primitive methods, or at least, let's say, the methods that they say the dynastic Egyptians had, how are they going to get it out of this pit? This thing is huge, and they estimate it would have been 1,200 tons. But again, it isn't dug all the way out. That they hadn't even, when you look down into the pits on either side of this thing, they hadn't even started to dig under it. So it would have been deeper. In other words, if it's larger, it would have been larger than it is now. So I guess somebody's done some estimates on what its final, cubic feet or cubic meters of stone would have been, and then how much does that?
You would imagine it's square, at the base, and
yeah.
so you can kind of figure it out because you have the width there. So if it was a square all the way around, you could figure out what the in shape would be, and then
yeah. But I wonder if 1,200 tons is like that's what it would have been when it was finished, or if that's what it would have weighed when they cut this thing out of there.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine that thing. I mean, how do they know what the finished? I'm thinking that this thing is much bigger
than what its
than
finished
its
product
final finished product is going to be, because because it's so big, you've got to leave even more stone on the exterior, because any kind of bump.
Yeah, you're gonna lose a giant chunk.
You bump that corner against the granite bedrock,
Yeah.
you may lose a giant piece.
Yeah.
So you've got to leave. I would imagine they might leave a foot of material
all the way around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have a much smaller piece. But that's the thing that really stuck with me about being able to look at these different sites and see the unfinished nature of so many of them, and realize, okay, these are the sort of methods that you would expect from the quarry.
Yeah.
Then when you look at this, now you reason, well, they left a lot of this obelisk is puffy,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yes.
And then somebody's going to take the planing tool or whatever it is and plane this thing down once it gets to the site.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
maybe
you can tell
even,
that it's not surfaced. You can see the grid bark of
Oh, yeah.
scoops here. Somebody dug too deep right there, or maybe they were scooping out some bad material. There's a couple of places on here where you can see that there's been removal, unlike the rest
like
of it.
checking
which is,
some cracks. Like there might have been some cracks there that they were like, okay, let's go and see if we can get to the. How
Yeah.
deep do these cracks go? And it's like, okay, we
We're good.
made it all the way through. Let's keep cutting.
Yeah. Yeah.
You never know.
And again, you see scoops all around this, and these scoops are, more haphazard, and they're deeper cut, whereas on this thing, they're finer. And there's actually, you can't see it here, but there's actually basically a grid of these
Yeah.
kinds of scoops over the entire thing. And in many cases, you can follow the grid across the thing, down the side of it, across the bottom of the trench, up the side of the trench, and then along these. It's a very regular pattern. Here's another view of it. just taking pictures from all around it, trying to show how absolutely enormous it is. Looking down on the, and you can see that. I mean, even if it is puffy, they got themselves a nice square.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying puffy because
Yeah. In other words, they're going to remove material.
they're going to remove.
Like
yeah.
this, we're not looking at the finished surface here, but it's
We're not looking at pillowy.
It's got clean, yeah, it's got clean lines for something that, yeah. Here again, you can see we've scooped deeper here and here. And yes, it's beveled.
Which makes sense. if
Makes
you wanted
sense.
To
You
protect
don't want
those.
that sharp. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That sharp corner can like if you get it bumped, it's likely to take off a lot more
Yeah.
than if you bevel it. There's not as much of a what they call in like when you're napping, they call it a platform.
Yeah.
So that beveling right there basically removes the platform because you need at least a 90-degree angle to hit it here and to take off that bit of material. So if you bevel it, it makes it extremely hard to take a chunk out.
Right.
That's, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That goes deeper than where you hit the stone.
Yeah. That's right. And here's a look at the top. So even though, I mean, this is why they call it an obelisk. They were clearly tapering the top edge of it here.
And I think the whole length of it is tapered as well.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely tapered, but the top of it looks obelisk-y.
Yeah. Yes. It's obelisk-esque.
Yes, obelisk-esque. Or as Matheson wanted me to say, Ophiuchesque, or Ophiuchus-esque.
All right, we can take a break now. We're kind of going way over.
Okay.
All right. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Possibly the final segment, not sure. Russ wants to finish his presentation. And yeah, man, it's great. Great so far. This was also delivered live in front of a live audience at a couple of the Contact the Cabin events, one with Randall and the Randwolf tour.
Yep.
So yeah, you're honing your skills here. And I'm the heckler.
Yes.
Keep throwing in 2 cents. But yeah,
Why? Why do I
keep
suck
going.
so
Yeah.
much?
So we're still looking at the, here's another, this is one of my favorite pictures of this thing. Let's just
Yeah,
all
you can
sit
see
here
it.
and be quiet and think about how gigantic this thing is.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. You can see at the bottom there where it's like they're going down the side, but then you have the square grid pattern at the base
Yeah, that's right.
down in the trench.
Yeah, it's real. The grid pattern is real clear here on this, you know, and it does. These lines continue and go down the wall and across the bottom and up the side of the obelisk and across the top.
Well, but on the base, it looks like they're using the same method there. There's 2 different methods apparently. There's like an actual somehow a scooping. This looks like a plunging tool.
Yes. Okay.
It's plunging down and stopping and just
What
coming
the
back
fuck?
up and then plunging down and stopping and coming back up.
Yeah.
But it's square. It's not a tube drill.
Right.
It's not circular marks.
I'll zoom in on that.
Yeah, I didn't need to
And then
reload
on the
there.
sides, you can see the plunging marks along the quarry side, not the work itself. Just going down the wall of that trench. And so, yeah, I didn't get a really good look down in the bottoms of those trenches. It's very hard to see because the contrast, you know, the camera actually can see further down into the trench than you can with the naked eye.
That's right.
Because it's so bright where the sun is shining on the surface of the quarry, and then there's that shadow in the trench. And when you look down there, it's just black.
Right.
You have to get close to it or get into the shadow yourself so that you're not blinded by the bright reflections. But see, when you take a picture with the camera,
Yes.
It
It sees
down in there.
more here.
so yeah, you can see the plunging marks in the trench there.
Right. And again, they were shaping the tip of this to be obelisk-esque.
Yes.
And then here's a test pit. Or that's what they're called.
Yeah.
You know, they're
Wonder how
digging
far that'd be.
deeper down to check the quality of the stone below. Obeliskian, as the watcher says. Now there's another look into that on the left of the tip there. And then down on the right.
I hadn't really thought about the difference in the what looks like the ice cream scooping of the bottom of a trench versus this plunging.
Yeah.
Pattern.
And if you watch Ben's recent video on this, he goes through a lot of this stuff too and talks about the scoop marks. And the guy who dug this out talked about it like it was, he said that it looks like, just like they were using an ice cream scoop.
Shoot the fucking guy. Like,
But they found lots of the dolerite, is that right? The pounding stones in this area, I think. But so when you go to this quarry, the first thing they make you do is watch a propaganda video. Basically, it's like, this is how, you know, you're all forced to, before you're allowed in the quarry, you go into this area and you sit down and you watch this video on a little screen that shows you the methods that they think that they used, and basically they're showing you them pounding on this granite with these stone balls that are, I don't know, the size of a
cantaloupe size.
Yeah, a cantaloupe size.
Sometimes bigger.
Right. What's interesting though is that the vast majority of these pounding stones that were found were broken, split, busted. And the person who dug these things out of there was asking, like, well, how would you, if you were using these by hand, how are you going to break them like this? They're very hard. So that's a question. And to me, this just doesn't look like the result that you would get from that kind of work. This is some kind of machine tool, some sort of tool. I don't know what the tool was, but this is another look down the side. And at the scoops at the bottom. You're right, versus the way it plunges and then the kind of scooping at the bottom. So you think
we'll
that could
see
be
the scoop marks in the stairway looking things.
Yeah.
Like they're actually going, they're making this scoop, it looks like.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's just a much bigger, more blunt tip.
Yeah.
That right there.
This. So this is in a different area of the quarry. We weren't actually allowed to go down into these trenches alongside the obelisk or get on top of it or anything at all.
We might hurt it.
Yes.
You could hurt the
You could
granite.
possibly, yes, might break it.
It's fragile stuff.
So over in this area of the quarry, we were actually allowed to kind of climb around down in the trenches where they were clearly excavating enormous blocks of stone for some reason, and again, didn't finish. So here you see a stair-step kind of scooping. It's
Also
interesting
has
how
some plunges in it.
clean this line
Come
is,
on,
and then
man. Like
going
this
around, and then this
fucking
goes
guy.
down the wall and across the bottom, underneath the block, around the top, what's the bottom of the block, and then up the sides. It's crazy how these lines are continuous. Here's another look at it. We're climbing around in the trench next to this big piece that they were excavating out. So you can see these lines. They go up, they go down, they go across the bottom of the trench, underneath, because they were already digging beneath this one, and then across the bottom of the block, and then up the side of the block.
The work, yeah. That's what I call it.
The work, yeah. Here's scoop lines, plunge lines going down the side of the work, or maybe that's the outside. I don't know. Not sure which side I'm on there.
Yeah, I don't know.
So this is showing you beneath. They were already cutting underneath it, and this is interesting. I wonder when this happened. There's a fracture here.
Oh, yeah.
This may be why they didn't finish. I don't know. But it kind of looks like that would be at the bottom. So maybe they were like, maybe that's where they wanted to break it. Not
Yeah.
sure. So this shows you how, and these are very regular. They're not all the same width, these scoop marks that go down the sides and across the bottom of the trench, but they're very close. They have a symmetry to them. So this goes, so what tool can do this? That goes around and then up the underside of the block.
Now that angle right there at the sharpest
on,
angle
man.
at the point
Come on, man.
where it's
Right here?
it's reaching the very base
fuck
of the
you.
work and then starting to cut onto upper part, you know,
Yeah.
the ceiling of this little overhang,
Yeah.
shows you that that thing is not square tipped.
Right.
So it's the different tool than the plunger.
Yeah.
The plunge tool obviously has this squarish, blunt face to it, and that's
Yeah.
how it. Unless it's just a smaller scoop and it's just doing a scoop every time to get those little square.
Yeah. I don't know.
But kind of, you know, we were talking about it being a plunge. If it was just a single rod that's square, and it's just somehow grinding away the stone or whatever, it would leave that squarish depression. But this, because of that angle that you see under there, it's not the same tool. This is a different tool. I'm thinking it's probably more of a wedge or a chisel tip shape
Yeah.
type of thing, because it can make these tight corners.
Yeah.
I don't know what the
I
tool
don't
is,
either.
obviously, but I'm just saying that does indicate that it can't be like a square piece. Like, how do you get that tight?
And also, if you're using pounding stones, it seems ridiculous that these huge ridges would be left.
yeah.
You know, this would be the first thing you would attack with your pounding stone if you got down in here the next day.
I mean, you wouldn't even bother with that because it's so far away from the work. What do you need to attack that for?
yeah.
You look
You
up
know what I
there.
mean? That was another thing, that the fact that there are these giant depressions in places where you didn't need to do all that work
Oh, I see what you mean. Like, you wouldn't even have dug this deep
to
in
leave
the
that
first
ridge.
place. Yeah. Yeah. This seems like excess.
Oh yeah,
in other
that's
words. Yeah.
definitely excess.
Yeah. Yeah, this is another look at it. Look how this thing comes down the wall at an angle. You know, goes around the bottom here. I mean, you can see it. It does look like multiple
Yeah, multiple
scoop
or
attempts.
whatever.
But the lines are just continuous. It's amazing. And then this does go up, and then up the face of the work. And I love how there's this slight. There's an indication that
fact
they were following this
white line.
white line in the stone. You know, this is it's like, what is the operator way up high on top of the quarry somewhere? Can he see that? Like,
Can
how
you
does he
feel
even?
it?
Yeah.
Can the tool sense that
Right.
it's a different material?
Yeah.
So look at the right side there. Go where the demarcation is, where it looks like a different take. Right? Go down.
Down
boom.
here. Yeah.
Well, right there.
Yeah.
Look at how it continues along the trench in that way too. Like when you go along the trench, it does look like it. They
Yes.
stop each
Right
time
here.
right there. So that, I'm wondering if, you know, thinking of an articulating tool, it's going straight to a certain point, and that's where the tool then changes direction.
Yeah.
So not necessarily like, oh, let's take it out and take a second take, because you wouldn't do that exactly on every.
Right. It's just wild to
I
look
know.
at this. It's like, what were they using to do this?
I love analyzing it like this though, because I'm done with the Dolerite pounders idea, and I don't care if I'm saying it right. Stone balls, no.
Pounding stones.
I just like, I think of this articulating tool that can somehow quickly grind this stuff away,
Yeah.
or in a machine manner grind this stuff away without destroying the tool tip.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that regular mark going back along the channel there looks to me like, well, this is where the tool changes angle. So it's like you reach to that depth, and then the operator changes the angle of the tool and starts to move in a different direction. So that's like,
Yes, it's a continuous scoop, but they're changing the angle of the tool.
yeah, so it's more regular on the surface where they're not ever having to change the angle. You can see this nice, clean
Right.
sweep coming down. But where the angle has to change, you can see they change angle once, they go a little bit, they change again, they go a little bit, they change again and go a little bit, and they
Yeah.
do this over and over, and it's a little segmented.
Yeah.
And that's just the way I look at it.
I agree. And again, back to the theme of this presentation, why didn't they finish? Cut that one out.
Yeah, I have to apologize for all the coughing and sniffling and stuffy nose and sneezing and whatnot. It's just fighting off some serious allergies or a cold or something here.
Yeah. So they didn't finish this job. A lot of work was put
Fucking
into
you,
cutting
bro.
this thing out of here. A lot of material was removed, and they never finished. Okay. Now, let's go back down the Nile, up north to the Serapeum. You can see that I didn't measure the distance here, but there's where Gyges is, and the Serapeum's pretty close to it. Not much to look at on the surface. It's just really a hole out in the desert. And all I'm going to show you here, we're just going to go through a bunch of pictures of boxes. But notice the scooping on these things. And also, most of them are open. That one's opened. The lid has been pushed towards the camera here. This one has been pushed away towards. But notice these. And it's difficult to take pictures in here because it's dark. But here's a scoop.
Look at this
you can
fucking
see
game, dude.
these are very fine and they're polished. Interesting. The scoops themselves are
Fuck
polished.
you.
Let's go through a bunch here. Look at, and I love the, what this discontinuity.
This vein right there.
These
of
veins.
Some other material.
Yeah.
Some other crystal in that granite. Yeah.
You're right.
And the scooping on the edges there.
Right.
There's
Like
one
this
box
game,
that has
bro.
like,
It's like this
an
fucking
entire
game.
lower corner is just gone. Like they just cut the corner off.
That's right. Yeah, some big scoops taken out here, but the scoops have been polished themselves, but they didn't remove them. So they wanted these, they wanted these sort of prism shapes. It's clear. The lines on these are unbelievably beautiful, but there's all these strange scoop marks, like somebody had a giant scooping machine, again, like we saw in the quarry, like we saw elsewhere, that could just remove this stone almost effortlessly, and then they polished it without flattening it further. Like they wanted the overall size. Like in other words, if you'd have flattened this completely where the scoops would be out, it would make the lid thinner. So they didn't do that.
Yeah, so they're beautiful,
Fuck off. Man.
yet they are far from perfect. And
Yeah.
we did see some boxes were incredibly perfect.
Yeah.
So it seems that in the case of the Serapeum, the exterior form was, although in many cases highly polished, they didn't care that it was asymmetrical because there were random scoop marks and some corners cut off and
Right.
different bevels in certain places.
But this picture we're looking at here, it shows you the scooping at the edges. Kyle's hand is on it right here, but then you just see these unbelievably clean lines running down the top of the lid. Like they were doing precision work, but they didn't care.
In some cases, those lines were a little wavy.
Yeah,
but
they'd
they
be
were
wavy,
Like,
yes.
They were like this, it's like,
But look at that.
yeah, it's awesome.
Just, and again, the pictures don't do the size justice. I've got a few in here that'll kind of give you the idea of the scale of some of these boxes, and I guarantee you that they're much bigger than you think they are when you're looking at these images right now. There's one with a huge amount taken out of the top. So that changes the line here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like
They scooped a
They
lot
didn't
of
mind.
material. Right. It didn't matter. But it's still, overall, they're looking for this prism shape.
yes.
Just moving through the
They're
pictures
just
here.
beautiful. I just
Yeah.
love them so much.
I tried to take
Never thought I would love stone box as much as I do.
I tried to take a picture of every box, so I think I've got a photograph, maybe two of each box here. And this one, they took the corner off the back
Yeah.
of the lid there. And you can see on some of these, there's pry marks.
Mm-hmm.
And this is interesting.
Those I think are very new.
Yes,
but-
these are new.
I mean, not very new because the boxes
Newer.
were all open when they were found.
Yeah. There's one where they took a big chunk out of the
Yes.
front corner. So they beveled off this entire front face here.
Yeah.
So it's like they were after integrity. So that you can see the layering of importance here. First thing that they're looking for is this general prism shape for the lid, and then the rectangular shape of the box. But more important than that is the integrity of the stone. So you scoop out fractures, bad parts of the stone. In this case, the entire front corner is beveled off.
Now,
This one's broken.
I've heard the idea
off,
that
man.
they poured out the boxes and then they cut the bottom off, and that's the bottom became the lid. How do we
Yeah.
know that? Is that
I'm not sure how we know that. That's a good question. This gives you some scale.
that's a lid, dude? Just sticking off of that thing.
So this picture, for people listening, Kyle is walking beneath the lid of one of these boxes. It's probably the lid is probably a foot above his head, maybe more.
Now that's the short end of the box that I'm on. That's got to be.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. So the length of the box is going way back.
Like,
into
this
the
guy's
tunnel.
fucking
I
lit
can
up
tell
and
by
he's
the arch of
fucking-
the ceiling there.
Yeah,
Fuck this game, man.
they're not all this big, but this one is absolutely gigantic.
Yeah, and you can see the bottom corner of the box part. They just cut that off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you said that already.
This one also gives you some scale. You can see, you can walk beneath this lid. You only have to duck a little bit, or maybe not. It's real close to your head when you walk beneath it. This is the one with the writing on it. This is how they date.
And the floor is
all the
raised
boxes. That's
as
right.
well.
You're standing on this one. This is the one where that's the only box in the place that's designed for tourists to be able to go down in and walk around it, and it's because it's got this scratched graffiti on the thing.
Right.
The rest of them you're not supposed. So in this picture, Kyle's doing something extremely illegal, and so am I because I'm down there too. So this one it's made for you to walk around it. That's why they put the wooden floor there, which is why the box is, it's not as tall. In other words, the people are taller in this picture than they would be. Here's a picture of our buddy Mo sitting, leaning up against a lid.
Yeah, this is a roughed out lid.
A roughed out lid set aside. So again, back to the theme of job incomplete, unfinished. Here's another box. I put this one in, different style. This may be more recent. It's not really the same as the other ones. I don't know, but I put this one in there to show you scale because Kyle gets to the other end of it. Here he is standing on another unfinished box. That shows you how huge they are and how small the interior space is compared to the exterior size of the box, right? It's still a big interior space, but those walls are thick.
Yo, Jersey, what's up? How are you, Jersey?
Here you can see on this unfinished lid that the scoops have already been taken out of it in some cases.
How are you?
This is just to show you, now we're looking down one of the hallways of the tunnels themselves. And so keep in mind, like we've said many times on the show, the Serapeum is a series of tunnels beneath that's cut out of the bedrock. So the question is how do they move these boxes around in these hallways? It's not like you can put them in there before the tunnels are covered over because they cut them directly out of the bedrock. So here's a box sitting in a hallway.
Oh, this box is beautiful.
Without its lid. I wonder.
This one's insanely beautiful.
This might be the box
This
for
is
the
the
lid.
box for the lid. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
So you can see it's unfinished. It's rough. And you can see that there's not a whole lot of room.
But they did leave it to one side so you could walk past it.
Right. And again, we're standing on a raised walkway. We're not standing.
I think it's my favorite walk in Egypt that I've seen on YouTube.
Floor lighting.
That one right
So
there.
the box itself is actually bigger than
'Cause
what you
it's-
see in this picture.
It's like purple.
Here's
Yeah,
me
it's like quartz.
past it,
Like,
I'm looking back.
there's a video where they show it up close, and it's
So
complete
here, and then I'll walk past it and
quartz,
take this picture looking
like
back.
purple and green
There's
like
tile
insane.
up on top of it, so that again shows you the scale of the thing.
and blue.
And then I've got this video where I just walk up to it. This is another attempt to show scale.
Oh, hopefully we can see it here.
And yeah, again,
It's
we
taller
don't,
than
we
me.
don't know how. Yes, it is, but we don't even know how.
You can see how
Up
it's
there at the
Yeah,
edge.
look up.
shitty
Then I
angle.
go around the side
See how
to
it's
show
like
you how
quartz? See how it's like
narrow
glistening?
a passage it is between the box and
There's-
the wall. You've
hopefully
got to
shows
kind
the
of
size of
squeeze
it.
through here to get to the other side. It's
Yeah.
very close to the wall. On one side, it's so close you can't move through. But yes, Kyle's right. It's pushed away, and then I back up, and he jumps.
gotta pull up photos
on
of
top
it again.
So again, it shows you how big this thing is. There we go.
And yeah,
Here's
the
with
floor is built up
boobs.
probably a foot off of the
That's
original
right.
floor, so it's even. Yeah.
What?
That's right. So I'm gonna go back here. And
Should go to the zoo?
I just want to finish.
Bears with boobs?
They didn't finish the job.
Wow.
This box is sitting in the hallway. It was clearly
must have messed you up.
in the midst of
It's like going to the zoo and
transported
seeing the animals
somewhere
like
in this
copulating.
complex.
That'd mess you up.
And its lid is elsewhere, also being transported in. They didn't
They were going to.
We went to the zoo
put
and
it
saw a polar
somewhere
bear
and
shitting.
then
That kind of fucked us up.
polish it in place.
His ass was all brown with the
They did
white
finish
fur.
the job. Something happened.
It was
This
not
box is
majestic.
in the middle of the hallway, and it hasn't been moved in thousands of years because you can't move it. Yeah, just I finished off with a couple of pictures of the graffiti. Now, standard model will tell you that the people who made these boxes wrote this stuff on there, but Yusuf points this out multiple times. If you've watched Ben, Uncharted X, you've seen this multiple times. But the quality of these glyphs and these lines, I mean, they're, it's not bad, but it just doesn't match the work. See how wavy the lines are? They're not polished. They're clearly cut into the polished surface. You can see that whoever did this, they were trying to do a good job, but they just couldn't match the quality of the stone itself. It's graffiti.
That's iron. Sorry, here.
Oh yeah, here's a.
I think it's a full moon
picture.
this weekend.
I tried to
I
take a
think
couple of pictures of how
on Monday
of
or
the mirror
Tuesday. Monday.
polish on the bottom of this lid, and you can kind of see it, how it's reflecting the back wall here. You see the reflection here. It's so well polished that it's like a mirror. And there's Kyle putting a laser to it.
Any reason you tired?
I'd like to be able to do this. How do you mount that thing to make the laser go across, where it's right at the edge? You did a pretty good job. But yeah, when Kyle was doing this with the laser, you could see that there were that it wasn't perfectly
there
flat.
were minute changes in
Yeah.
the surface.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfectly flat. So the laser right there just stops. It's hitting a high spot.
Right.
I was thinking about these when we were going through this presentation.
Yeah. So to finish this up, this concept of unfinished, of people using anomalous tools and anomalous stonework and enormous blocks and not finishing the job. You see this around the world. So what we're looking at here is Peru. This picture is from Ben, again, from Uncharted X. This is Ollantaytambo. This is the Temple of the Sun. I'm not sure what they call it, but you can see these same, this is in Peru. So we see these same sort of vertical. Now this is not granite. Okay, so I do want to point that out.
What is this?
I think this is limestone.
What?
Yeah, I don't think this is granite. This is like Peruvian. Well, I don't know, actually. Maybe I'm wrong. But you can see these vertical lines. We recognize this scoop style from what we were looking at in the quarry, all this stuff in Egypt. But you see it here, and then there's these strange patterns as well. But this project was started. It's megalithic. It's enormous, and they didn't finish it. Here's some blocks lying around, and some of them in the middle of being transported. Huge nubs on them. Some of them are not even nubs. It's a whole, there's a bar going across the entire block on one side. These are laying all over the place, clearly in the process of being moved. This is a wall, but it was just not completed.
I could see that the purpose of that little long nub might be because you're going to lay floor tiles on that.
Could be, yeah. Again, look at where the nubs are around this entryway, or whatever this is, like a window or a portal or a door. There's nubs all around it on the blocks on it, and then elsewhere there's not really. Like these were possibly
basically in their finished form.
In their finished form. Now somebody has come along and it's missing some of the upper blocks. So this is, again, you see the two styles. This is Inca and maybe even modern repair work here. But up here where they were still working on it, and you see giant blocks laying all over the hillside. And then there's nubs all around this portal entryway. Nowhere else. Like these blocks were needed, and then the size of the blocks around this thing, they increases. I don't know. I just see all this interesting stuff about this.
Yeah,
It's
for
really
sure.
cool.
The doorways, the blocks get bigger.
Right.
It's the same for the pyramids. Wherever the doorway courses are, the doorway courses are much thicker than the rest of the courses.
That's right. Yeah. This is something else. This is also in Peru. I don't know where exactly. This is another picture from Ben. He sent me this when I asked him for stuff. But you kind of see this scooping, these long, you know, what is this? What even was this? You know, it's not a quarry. Were they removing material? Like, what was happening here?
Scam.
Do you see these scoop marks?
They might have been quarrying that.
They could have been, yeah.
That's awesome.
But again, I just want people to recognize that these, you know, some of this has got sharp lines, which is interesting, and this too. These long scoops have sharp lines, but elsewhere you see similar stuff to what we saw in the quarry in Egypt. So I think this is another picture from Ben. I was wondering about this. Is the top left puffy here?
Yes.
Pillowy.
That's what it looks like.
Like they hadn't finished the top part of this, you know, but they'd finally finished this, and you know, you've got all the blocks going.
It's like they may be about to set another course, and they just haven't cut.
They haven't
specific
right, they
angles.
were finishing them in place. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. And look at the stone they were using. You know, full of all these holes. I don't know. Maybe this is recent. Maybe this is erosion since the building. I don't know.
Oh, the double duck. Let's go. No.
Then to finish off Peru here, these are pictures from Ben. That is a stone on its way to a site. So they had brought it down from some mountain, and it's going to go up another mountain, but it's just sitting here in the roadway. And again, no one's ever moved it because they weigh too much.
Kind of
road goes
shark tooth freaking like
road goes around it. I don't know what
it's
that
like
is.
some kind of
This?
That is the strangest looking car smell thing I've ever. It makes your car smell like a monster.
Yes, it's full of squash bugs.
It looks like it's got shark teeth all around
Holy
it or
shit.
something.
Jersey, I think it's on to
that-
you. I
Yeah.
swear to God.
It's clearly a block,
Holy shit.
but it's just out here in the road. You know, and the road goes
That's
around
actually
it.
really kind of creepy.
Yeah.
You've got a dozer, and you're making a road, but you still don't want to move that thing. So you make the road go around it. Okay. Easter Island. Unfinished. Moai. In the quarry still. And they have the faces on them.
How many of them are there?
Several. Look at that monster.
I love his arms coming down.
Yeah. And he's tilted. Again,
Oh, yeah.
at an angle.
He's tilted. I'm tilted.
I love how similar this looks. You know, no, this is a different kind of rock. But I love how similar this is to the unfinished obelisk, sort of. You know, he's tilted at an angle. The top part is up high, and the bottom part is down low. And then, I don't know, they've already cut the face out of it, at least roughly.
Giant trenches around it.
Yes.
I'd love to see the bottom of those trenches. Like,
Here's another one.
That would go viral. Did you get a
Details
video of
on
it?
this guy.
Jersey, the
Unless
bears
these were
with
added
boobs.
later, I don't know. Like maybe nobody finished it,
Photo?
and somebody else later comes in like, well, let's just go ahead and make it into a face.
I guess you want to be
That's possible.
respectful to the
Again,
mama
we're looking
bear.
through here's one out there cutting out of the side.
wow, that's cool. I've never seen that. And then this one laying down the
Yeah,
other
there's
way.
one here.
Is that
one
still
here.
attached to
Got
the
a nose.
bedrock
I
too?
don't know if this one's still attached or not. But yeah, there's two of them. And he's got his nose and his lips and his chin, you know. I mean, like they were
Like,
not
come on. Like,
they
come
were
on,
not
throw me a
cutting, like,
freaking bone here.
blocks out and then
Yo, what's up,
shaping
Colin?
them
Thanks,
in place.
bro.
They were
Yeah, so it's
making the faces.
Yeah,
It's
man.
slightly
Well
different.
said. Well
I mean,
fucking
at
said,
least
bro.
on the obelisk, they were making the.
Oh, dude, hey
pyramidal
man,
top.
big congrats on Dan
It's like
53.
these are kind of
That's-
giving you
that's
the rough
big.
out of the
You
face.
got pretty
Yeah.
fast, man. Congrats,
well, hell,
man.
maybe they finished it there in place. I don't know.
Yeah,
Isn't
thanks
that
for the
interesting?
luck.
They haven't even cut him all the way out of the.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have his right side cut out yet, and they're already making noses, and you know, it's amazing.
But in the case of the granite pillars, they would cut these giant blocks Right, and then carve them down into a.
Yeah, I know it's too
They
loud.
wouldn't cut the pillar shape out.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we have any pillars still in the
I don't know.
Ballbeck?
On Dam 53.
Didn't finish the job.
Congrats on Dam
These
53.
are the ones that they've more recently excavated.
Yes, this is
That one looks still attached.
This is
Yeah,
the
it was a
famous
bit
one.
loud.
The
I usually
one
yeah, I'll
that's
turn it
still
down. I
attached.
usually play
Yeah,
with
some of these are
when
still,
I'm not
they may be
talking.
still attached. But they were already cutting. You know, it's like you put this on top of this. I don't know what's going on.
No worries, thanks, bro.
This block is not attached to this surface. They just didn't. The archaeologists didn't remove all the
Yo,
material.
I see you also use skateboard. I'm working on a fakey big spin down a curb. That's my next trick I'm working on, dude.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't need to turn down, thanks, bro.
Some scale.
Marks on the top edge.
Yeah, I guess I'm a beginner skateboarder,
Yeah, this is.
so I'm going for. And ollie a 5.
Facing, yeah.
Oh, no way.
Also tilted.
I've done a lot of the last couple of years just to go outside and be outside.
This gives you more
Man,
scale.
It's been nice.
I don't even know what's happening here. We need to get to this site and get down in here and look around.
I want to be like that guy.
I'll be honest, I want to kickflip by the end of the summer. I've never kickflipped. I'm going to be
Also,
fucking
I
40
found this interesting.
and
I
never
don't think it's
kickflip,
actually
no.
square.
I'm 38.
Maybe this is the
I'm going to
camera
fucking
angle, but
kickflip
it looks
this
like
summer.
he's-
This fucking summer I'm doing it.
You see what I'm saying here? It's
My
like,
last,
oh,
dude, out of my last session, I just spent all, like,
in
hour
other words, this
on
is
it.
Maybe an optical illusion.
It could be an optical illusion. It's yeah.
Thanks, man. I'm off. Let's skating now.
There's another one. This one was.
I can 360. My best trick's like a 360 shove it. I think I've done like 540 shove it,
The Romans cut it out
like
instead. It's
once
too
on
big.
like a 7.5 board. Not once, a bunch of times on a 7.5 board back in the day.
That's right. It has nice flat edges.
Even a few years ago I did.
That's right.
Yeah, my ollie sucks. I have a terrible ollie.
I would have liked to have been there that
I gotta really. I think I gotta work on my ollie more.
Oh well.
Just my timing is all wrong.
Yeah.
That suggests to me that that whatever rigging situation that they had, they weren't singing them into
I'm gonna
place.
try to
Otherwise they would have just sung
like
it out of the hole
flick
and-
the board more. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it
try to
was-
just
it was a
with my left foot. I'm goofy. So my left foot, I
infrastructure that they needed to move it in
with
a
my right foot
specific
on the
way
ground,
to
left
move
foot
it
on the
fit
tail.
well.
Just practice
It's
popping the
not worth
board
it to
up
try
in
to
the air.
rig it 'cause it's out of the
Just
range
getting
of
that
your
like
instruments or your
understanding of
machines to pick it
the
up.
board will pop.
So you just leave it.
Because right now it's just I'm trying to jump, like throwing my left foot on the ground and jumping.
I could
It
see
was
the
exposed.
Romans.
It's all wrong,
That
man.
one's much closer to the site.
Cut some blocks out of that
Yeah.
thing.
Those in, try some kickbacks, make sure you practice
It's
moving.
still mostly there.
Oh wow, I'm insane.
It's so big.
Yeah, I heard that for weight
Angshan.
weight balance. I think I'm also standing
Now,
too
I
far
don't know
back.
what this is, but this is. They call this a quart.
It looks like it.
They intend.
I
they
can
say
do a good
they're
ollie every
supposed
like
to be monuments,
10 attempts.
they're too
Like a
big.
I can do a really good ollie every 10 attempts, but
I don't know.
the majority of ollies are
You
terrible.
see the scale of this. It's just completely ridiculous.
But I mean, that one looks like a modern quarry would look. You have that gigantic
it's really
sheer
bad.
face on this wall
Yeah,
here.
but this is
because-
ancient.
I know.
Look at this.
I'm just saying, like that's.
Did somebody really intend to move
Squat.
those?
Yeah, I did karate. I think horse stance a lot.
Yeah. No, these. The story is
I don't know if you know horse stance in like martial arts.
Single pieces that were going to be moved somewhere into a
Kind of like a
city,
squat with your legs apart.
Look how big this is.
Not quite like that, but almost. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that, man.
Yes.
I think this is
Appreciate the support.
Yeah,
It's attached.
it's definitely attached. I don't think.
Also a
this
bit
was-
scared.
I don't know. To me, this looks
commit.
like they were making a rock cut
Yes.
thing.
Sculpture.
This was
It's
not
all good.
going to be moved somewhere.
Yeah, there's one where
Yeah, I would agree with that.
you like sit with your knees almost at a 90 degree, maybe like
Yeah, except
75
that then you wanna know
degrees.
Why are there nubs if they never intended to move it?
like you're riding a horse.
There are nubs on this. You know, it's like,
10 more balls, yeah.
just look how gigantic.
For
these
commitment,
pieces are.
yeah. Yeah. That's the only thing keep me from that fakey big spin down the curb, because I can do fakey big spin on ground. Down the curb is just I haven't
I'm hoping Scott.
I haven't committed, and I fear I'm gonna slip out.
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna do it. Like it's it's gonna be warm soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
I'm in
This
Canada. I'm
one-
in Ottawa.
Yeah, in some cases they do. Like
Yeah,
this
true.
one. So that's not quarrying work, right?
Oh wow, insane.
It's carving at least.
Yeah.
It's so sick, dude. That's like a dream.
Maybe they use the stones.
I mean, yeah, like Watcher was saying, that's where you put your forklift down. Yes. I mean, if you have a giant
Wow,
forklift.
insane.
that one. Hey, they have it's a.
It's cool, man.
It's not a forklift. It's a trident lift.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's got three. Yeah. There's people standing underneath it. Yeah. What is
Do you have any footage online? No worries if you don't. It would be cool to see.
Okay. It is absolute awesomeness. That's what it is. All right. That's it. They didn't finish the job. That's
But
what
yeah,
feel
I
with
know.
this site too. It's
I didn't get my first camera, video recorder / camera in like 2006, and I paid $300 for it.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to think like what did some of these rock cut temples
I'm
look
really
like
crappy
in,
sure, nice.
you know, in the
That's cool.
early stages.
That'll tell me a lot, man. One clip.
Saying like this could be the beginning of a rock cut temple. This piece that's standing out might have
I'm crappy
been,
sure, yeah, I hear you.
You know, some like little antechamber type of thing.
Yeah.
In the wall over there where they're cutting in.
Oh, nice.
They're doing a sort
Cool.
of a grid pattern to kind of go in.
This is all those nub
little
things.
things in it.
You know,
Yeah.
this final picture, this person is standing underneath that.
Yes, there you go.
Oh,
So
nice,
this
bro.
goes all the way
Oh,
through that.
And then it's open to
the hand touch.
It's open to the top, and then there's the wall of the quarry.
That height was sick, though, dude.
It's just like, what?
Dude, that height's so sick, man.
What are they doing?
I know you can land it without the hands, but
Why
that was
didn't they
sick.
finish it?
Yeah, it looks like they were using the similar tools, similar methods.
Wow.
That's right.
That was
So I
epic.
just wonder.
And they had similar
10 years ago, I hear you.
ideas of what was acceptable to do and not. Right? Like, well, yeah, we can just cut through this and
Yeah.
leave these nubs. Like they're making similar choices.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Suggests that they
But
have
dude,
similar technology.
The point was the height. Like, that was insane.
You were a guy with a diorite ball.
Doesn't matter whether you, like, landed it or not. I mean, you did. But what I think shows is the fucking height on that. That was
Hope you
insane.
guys enjoyed that.
Sorry, I stepped on your point. It's unfinished.
Yeah, it's all over the world. You see these.
Fuck off, man.
There's probably many more examples that I didn't include.
Just those days.
All over the world, people were involved in enormous
Still got it, man.
masonry projects, in quarries, building sites.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna kick. I'm
moving
38.
boxes,
I'm gonna
huge
kickflip
stones.
this summer, man. I'm gonna fucking do it.
And then for some reason, they didn't finish the job. And I have to wonder, of course, being, you know, the
So
snake
I'd learn
I
like
wondered, did this all happen
fakie
at the same
180
time? That's what you want to know. Like, was this really actually going
down
on
a curb.
12,000 years ago or 36,000 years ago?
Fakie frontside 180, I think.
And all of this work stopped. All of
I
this
always mess up
enormous,
frontside, backside.
anomalous work stopped
So I just
all
wanted
over
to
the
put
world
the big spin
because
in there.
of, you know, the onset of the Younger Dryas.
I'd
or
heel flip
meltwater
over the couch. Yo, what a moonraker.
some other
Never forget how important you are and that the rarest Pepe is you, yes.
and the
The couch. Oh, wow, insane.
civilizations that were doing these projects are almost completely lost to history. All we have left.
Regular
Like
switch,
these
wow.
gigantic blocks
Insane.
and these witness marks and these strange tool marks and these huge monuments still in the quarry.
Yeah. And then with the pyramid temples, it's like
Yeah, I'm
the
just gonna
multiple
try to
stages of building. It's like the first building,
Make the board pop off the ground with my
and then at some point
front foot on the
later,
ground.
Way later,
Yeah.
they pick up the job again, but they still have the technology.
just to get the board, just to get it in the air,
They start
just to
casing
see
the
how it
inside of
flick
these
it.
eroded
Yeah.
structures,
Yep.
and it looks like they're using the same stone cutting methods.
That's right.
Cause I'm trying to use like brute
And then at
force
some
to
point it
fucking
stops
ollie.
again
It's
before
not
they
working.
even finish that, and then they don't ever use those stone cutting methods ever again.
Right. didn't finish the job all over the world. Yeah. Thank you guys. Hope you enjoyed that. And we do have some Patreon producers for this week. For executive producers, we have Philip Baklamov, Matt Shy, Peter Shell, Zachariah Baker, and Frank M.
The ground is so terrible here too. So few places to skate.
And associate executive producers from Patreon this week: Daniel Gandy, Dave Cortez, and Patrick Hicks. That's right. And you guys yes, thank you all so much. And you guys can get a hold of us, Brothers of the Serpent, at gmail.com. Check out the website, brothersoftheserpent.com, for all the podcast-related stuff, including, if you want to support the show, the Pyramid Scheme. You can do that through Patreon or PayPal. Patreon, you do monthly, and you get access to Patreon content. We do
Pardon me.
Patreon episodes.
Pardon.
Sometimes they are continued conversations of episodes we did that week, and other times they're not. They're just random thoughts. Yeah. We decide, let's talk about this on Patreon. And if you want to do a one-time donation, you can do that through PayPal. Thank you guys.
On my Instagram, I have here. I'll paste the link.
You can also get to that through the website. That's run by Jeff.
Me doing a board slide.
We really appreciate that. And the Discord is over 1,000 people, and sometimes we stream live to the Discord. So if you join in on that, if you join the Discord, you can sometimes hear the show done live, and you get the inside baseball of all this shit talking we do in between the segments. Yeah.
And how we fix the mistakes that never happened.
That's right.
On the show.
That's right. 0 mistakes, and you'll get to hear how there are definitely 0 mistakes if you join the Discord and hear one of the stream shows. And yeah, thanks to Ben from Uncharted X.
One sec.
And the guys from Grimerica, and all of you listeners out there. We love you guys.
Always have.
Always will.
Good night, Adamo.
Get back to work.
This is my board slide. Oh my god, how do I paste the fucking... How do I copy it? Copy link. Inspired. No idea if that works. I used to be so much better though. Switchboard. Around we're insane. Yeah, that video's pretty cringe. I fucking ate shit a lot in that though.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Uncharted X podcast. This is Ben, and today we've got another swapcast with the Snake Brothers, and we also have Chuck from the CFAP's 7865 channel joining us. In this episode, we're taking a look at the second pyramid of Giza. This is generally a tribute.
Thanks, man. Thank you, man.
Catherine, if you like it Greek, who was a
Dude, that's awesome of you to say that, dude. I know it's a pretty cringe video, but
It's also
whatever.
known as the Mountain of
Used
the
to slides,
West,
grinds, yeah.
entitled that-
I used a big cruiser board, 60 mil wheels
Now,
there.
This is the second largest of the pyramids at Giza, and in fact, it's the second
Well,
largest
but what's it called?
that we know of.
Because I did a lot of snowboarding. You know what I mean?
Pyramid, something like 3 meters shorter, and it has something of a steeper angle.
Yeah, I was
So
just
its
bonking.
mass is generally quite
I came from
less.
snowboarding. I think that's why my ollie is not very good, but my balance is good.
History, as well as take a detailed tour of both inside and
That's why I think I can
outside,
do like my 180s are
as
okay.
well as looking at
Maybe
some parts of the pyramid structure that
I might be able to squeeze out a 360 with a pivot or some shit.
Videos, and I do have a dedicated episode of my ancient
Yeah,
engineering
maybe.
series
True.
that takes a look at the bedrock engineering that went into where this pyramid is located.
More than rail, you'll
You can
definitely
find
fall
a link to
back
that
on the
below,
rail.
and
Oh
this is
shit.
also something that we discuss in this podcast.
That's scary.
Footage that you're going to see is mostly sourced from my recent trip to Egypt that I took with Jimmy from the Bright Insight channel.
Front boards, that's pretty scary going backwards.
I'd recommend you go and check those out if you haven't seen them. And
Really?
also
That's
somebody else
terrifying.
from our trip that has been making just great content recently. Her name is Johanna James.
Backside anything is terrible. Or front side on a rail is terrible, but like backside
Again, I'd recommend
flips or backside 180s or whatever.
to many of the different topics that we discuss
It's pretty
on this
scary.
channel, and it's likely of stuff that's going to be of interest to
Wow.
all you guys out there. So I hope you enjoy
I've
the
never really
podcast.
tried it, I'll be
We've got
honest.
A few more of these planned. I do intend on bringing in several other guests for these going forward in the future. And as
I mean, I think I've tried it, but I've never committed.
versions of
Like,
these
I
in-line
thought I'd,
video
like, pass
podcasts,
away.
which you can find on iTunes as well as Spotify. All right, well, hello everyone. Ben from Uncharted X here, doing another swapcast with a couple of
Oh, no way.
favorite other
Really? You
broadcasters
keep your
that
body,
we've
your shoulders straight?
Kyle
And you
Russ,
just like
the
twist?
brothers of the
That's pretty cool.
Hey guys.
I can do that
Happy to be
with
here.
my front foot.
And also happy to have CFAPS 7865 Chuck in the channel. How's it going, Chuck?
Insane. That's a great idea, dude.
Great, glad to be here.
And then your feet would just snap back after getting off the rail.
We did one of these.
That's
the other
genius,
week,
dude.
and I think it went down pretty well, and we plan to revisit a few of these.
And just keep the momentum going forward.
Interesting one to get to today. The second pyramid at Giza. Yeah, it should be an interesting little journey inside.
Insane. I have no finesse. I'm just so fucking brute force. I'm not trying to like stomp the rail and shit.
I prefer to call it the Mountain of the West, because I think that's what it's called in Texas. And that's what I look at a lot when looking at. Yep, Mountain of the West. Yep.
The double duck.
Where's the source for that? What's
The book is coming forth by day. No, it's a very interesting thing because down at Abydos they talk about the very same thing, the Mountain of the West, and there's actually
Crazy.
a mountain down there called the Mountain of Anubis, and there's a very strange tomb and a shaft that goes like I think an eighth of a mile underneath that mountain, and then there's a huge granite box down there. It's kind of like the same story that we have at Giza almost, with the Osiris shaft.
Cool, man.
Mountain of the West. There's just a lot of correlations, and of course it says Anubis guards the sacred mountain of the West.
Yeah.
That's what I look at, what the Egyptians tell us is going on.
Yeah, right, because there's not a whole lot of references to pyramids otherwise, specifically anyway.
Oh, this has been such a terrible session in terms of the gameplay.
And just one more thing I wanted to mention real quickly before we dive into this is that I know Chuck, his channel, if people aren't
Like, it's been really discouraging, man.
Now, go and subscribe, but Chuck's approaching a big milestone too. It's CFAP 7865.
Whatever.
99 nearly at 100, so congrats on the 99 and see if we can get to
Yeah, dude, that kickflip was sick.
It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. I remember I was blown away when I got to 1,000. I thought, wow.
Like,
how
fuck
could
you.
I ever get 1,000? Now, about 6 years later, the ball just keeps on rolling.
Come on, man. Triples level, yeah. I love it. It's the best.
Alright, you guys can see that? Yep, looks good. So we'll just get into it.
It is the best level. I love it. My favorite.
Roll in the background. We've got a few different segments to go.
It is infuriating though.
First part, we're going to look at some of
A lot of RNG required.
outside of the pyramid, but I kind of wanted to set some context with this footage about where it
No,
is,
it's not
how
true.
it sits at Giza, where it is,
I'm just not consistent.
monuments and things that people know about. This is approaching, I guess, from you can see the Valley Temple here and the head of the Sphinx poking out. You've got the Great Pyramid, and then obviously the second pyramid, the Mountain of the West, is in the middle, and then a little further to the left you have the third major pyramid at Giza. But it's Yeah, this structure to me is it's interesting. I actually we'll get into it in a little bit, but I think
Like, fuck you.
this chronology may be a little different to how we
Fuck you.
think there's a chance that this second pyramid could have actually been the initial pyramid.
Yeah, dude, I saw you were playing it the other day.
Make me think it's perhaps older. Not the least of which it's the one in the middle. It's the one that's connected to the Sphinx, which there's an awful lot of evidence suggesting that that's older. It's connected by that causeway.
When you and Jimmy and George and those guys were walking around, was there a distinct difference? Is there a distinct difference, or is it just...
Please, like, please. Oh, dude, that was so full health. That was like a 22 full health.
That I think that are different to the Great Pyramid. For one, it's far more megalithic, and you'll see this. The blocks in its structure are larger. That's not to say that there aren't large blocks in the Great Pyramid. Certainly, the granite blocks in the King's Chamber, like 70 tons. But you have blocks in the masonry of the second.
Nice.
You'll see this on the bottom courses that are way bigger than the blocks.
Nice. That's mainframe. That's mainframe strats. That's a mainframe time. It's tricky on Agent 2 because you always pass away that stupid guard in the mainframe. Nice.
Maybe even heavier.
Hell yeah, bro.
Things like that. And, it's also, I look at it as like a little bit, kind of logically is the other thing.
Did you YOLO the upload? Did you run, like, did you YOLO the disk upload?
Then it's also a little bit smaller. So it's like, what really would come first if you were following a typical sort of natural progression of the building and learning? If you were building one structure, maybe you were going to build the next one. I'm not sure the first one you build would be the greatest. I guess that's the
Yeah.
logical one too.
Yeah, the thing I just kind of get to when figuring out the age of
Yeah, the
this,
big room's a shit show.
would a 4th dynasty king put a massive pyramid into an acropolis that
Nice.
was already there, because some of those tombs go back further than
Yeah, man.
Khufu in the 4th dynasty. Would they have put a massive pyramid in the middle of an acropolis, or would
Yeah,
the
with Agent,
acropolis get built
Agent, you gotta go like full out,
structures? And
crazy,
one and
no
two
body
is
armor,
totally obvious.
getting shot through the fucking console and shit.
So the video here is you're zooming in and out on the
Agent's crazy.
one question I've always had is how is it that they're still up there? What's holding them, basically? Why don't they fall down?
Like what?
They're basically fixed into the underlying structure, right? That's
Nice.
why they're still there.
Yeah, so they are. There's the back end of them are wedged in. It is all. There's no mortar in it. They are wedged into place there, and as you said, it's the top sort of third of the top. The casing stones. And they're remarkable. These are the fine Tura limestone. All these casing stones came from different quarries.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how they're still up there. It's actually remarkable that they're still there.
Nice, dude.
Being, I guess shaken around, and they think
Depot, what difficulty?
is due to minor earthquakes. The pyramidion on top is missing, but yeah, this is the best. I think this is the prettiest pyramid really because it gives you a
Oh wow,
good
that's cool.
You get just a little sense of what it might.
Yeah, you can fucking rob a pretty good time in that level, man.
Well, just
Totally fucking sneak in there and steal a fucking sick time.
the fact that those casing stones are still up
The cutscenes are pretty fucking annoying though.
made me wonder if they started from the top and installed it.
Oh wow, that's
It's
fucking.
like, it's almost like a paint job. You start
This
from
guy's
the
going
top,
for the fucking
right
throat.
before,
Do it, man.
Building them up from the bottom, and then let's say you get 2/3 of the way up, and then somebody drops.
Yeah, they
it,
are.
it goes
Nice.
sliding all the way down,
Yeah,
damaging all
I
the
bet.
casing stones all the way down. And you start from the top and go and work your way down. That won't happen. The fact that they're still up there at the very top.
That's why I love this level. There's no cutscenes. No
As long as
cutscene bullshit.
It's very interesting you say that, because I believe either on that pyramid or the Great Pyramid, they were dating on the mortar, some of the mortar that was somewhere around there, and they found that the top of it is older than the bottom.
That's right. That's the other thing that people wonder about. Some of the stuff is making it seem like the top is over. Like you're doing the finishing out.
Like, what the fuck was that?
Polishing.
Like, fuck you, man. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know the blocks do get smaller, so the courses they do
The
get,
God
get
run.
smaller as it goes higher.
That's how runs are divine. Because you say God. Stay focused, have faith in your abilities, and trust in the randomness of the game. The God run will come when the time is right.
It sort of twists just a tiny bit, and then the courses get smaller, and then there's a notable layer in the middle. Some of the courses of where they level.
But gonna just do other stuff on the side.
Build up, and then they leveled it perfectly, kind of halfway up, and then kind of built on top of it again, like the structure itself. The case, I think the casing stones.
B1200, cool.
There's a couple
That's
of
fun.
warnings about its construction.
B200.
But
Awesome, man.
What about those? What about those? pieces and stones
That's
compared to the
That's
pieces
quite the
and stones?
level to go to. I'm not doubting you.
Seems to me
Look at me, fucking playing this random ass level.
the bench pyramid is a little different the way those casing stones are kind of.
That'd be sick. Bunker 200. That'd be sick.
that's why I think they're really there's an angle
Dude,
to those.
the worst part of that level is the last cam, though, man.
Look
That's
closely,
like
I don't know. This is you can sort of see how it's
that last cam.
so it's sort of being held in by pressure, and then I guess the ones on the bottom.
It's just so tragic.
But yeah, the bent pyramid has more of an angle to the joiner.
Right.
And we have to look at some footage of it.
Yeah.
There's so much about casing
It's cool, man. That's exciting, though, dude. That's awesome. There's a lot of like, there's a big window there, as you know.
Where it breaks off right there.
And those levels are sick.
They look pretty big. What's the distance, do you think?
Yeah. Some of them are pretty big. So there's some blocks standing up underneath them. And I know there's some of this is probably modern.
I mean,
To be honest, so you do.
Yeah, it's definitely quarry. You can tell people were cutting that stuff. Right
Oh,
there
yeah.
at the top.
Yeah. We'll get to the quarry. There's an awful lot to talk about when it comes to quarry. This has been hacked off here. So some of these vertical blocks you see, probably some of that may be even like modern repair. You see this at the bottom too. They do a good job of kind of disguising it.
what the fuck?
But there's actually quite a bit of modern. But they're trying. No, it's good. Keep them deteriorating further. But there may be a little bit of that going on. It's a remarkable piece of. I mean, the Great Pyramid kind of gets all of the attention, but this is the second biggest, the second largest, second tallest, and the second in terms of mass. It's steeper than the Great Pyramid by about 2 degrees, and it's only about 3 meters shorter, so it's like 9-10 feet shorter. It's because it's steeper, it has considerably less mass. You can kind of sense the difference in the picture. You can see that it's, and this is from what they call the viewing platform. This photo, so it's a picture of Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid. They drive the buses up around here, and it's another vendor attack location. They'll come at you with all the shooting wares and the conversions. But
right there in the midsection below the casing stones, but there's like this clean level where you can see the stair stepping clearly. Any idea what's going on there? Why is it more cleaner?
Yeah, maybe they've just taken the casing stones off here and they haven't. They didn't. It was a little too high up to just be quarrying regular limestone, because there's definitely, like, as we go around it, I don't know if this might be the face here. You can't see it from the center, but there's like little divots. You can see this huge bit where a large amount of material has been removed from inside of it, because it has been as well as going through earthquakes.
That's Al Bundy.
Yeah, it's like,
I forgot the Y, but it's still registered. 52, I'm on it, yeah.
My mind around the idea of like, oh yeah, let's go get stone off of that. Well, I can't imagine doing that.
yeah, well,
Is there local legend, Ben, where that stone went?
I mean, there's a ton of it. The limestone in particular, there's a ton of it that's made out, like some of the structures in Quarry, like a lot of buildings and stuff.
But the mosque of Muhammad Ali. I think I did a video on that about 3 years ago, where they pretty
Hey,
much
thanks for being
know
here,
for
dude.
sure, but that's a lot of limestone.
Wow, insane.
This is like from the base of the third pyramid. There's a lot of limestone and a lot of granite too. That's the other thing.
Oh wow, insane.
On the outside of this, the bottom two courses, at least the bottom one, I think.
Damn, SA would be interesting. I'm sure you would improve a lot on your like shooting. And I'm saying that from someone that hasn't played a lot of damn SA. I imagine that would help a lot with people shooting and like lag control.
In fact, it's written on the wall, the enclosure in the pyramid, that the overseer of the quarry was pouring granite.
Playing SA before 00 makes a lot of sense just in terms of the first alarm.
Yeah, there's so much.
Do you know that one of the I'm sorry to talk over you, but one of the 6th dynasty pyramids, I think down at Abu Sir, they have
Depends what time, like if you're going for like insane times.
all the way,
You know.
right in the 6th dynasty down there. And they would
Like
do
I
that
played
for
00 first just because damn SA is such a... I'm not a big fan.
a few centuries before them gods, or some of them came way before.
Yeah, I mean, 4th dynasties, like that's
A lot of mystery.
Yeah, that's not that long before these guys, because that's the other part about all of this. I mean, all of these mega pyramids, you know, from Abu Wash, and well, just the sites you've got this, you've got Zaywad El Aaron, you've got Dashur, you've got Giza. You're talking about a period of about 100 to 120, 30 years where they supposedly built all of this. And not only that, but they. Sorry, go ahead, Chuck.
Huge difference in those.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, big period. I mean, so Khufu was supposedly, Khafra was supposedly Khufu's son, or perhaps his brother, I think he was his son, and so
yeah,
he was these successive generations of these kings that then, in their lifetime, built these structures. And so, what I want to look at now, before we get into the pyramid itself and then walk around it, I've got some footage of some of the structures that are connected to it, so you call it sort of part of it.
Like, fuck off.
Because, you know, everyone talks about the pyramid itself, but there's, when you look at how much work and stonework and masonry was involved, not only in the pyramid, but in the foundation, plus all of the structures around it, you've got these huge structures that were built just around these pyramids, causeways. You know, there's a tremendous amount of stuff that went on, you know, not just in the pyramid. You have a huge amount of work in all of the structures around it, and it's all the same sort of massive megalithic pyramid. In fact, this is out the front of the second pyramid, just to the side of the causeway. The structure behind this is what they call the pyramid temple. Which is the actual
Oh man, I don't know if I want to play this all afternoon. I might not. I might go outside. Like, not gonna. I can't play this forever. I'm at least gonna take a break. I'm gonna load the vape. I'm gonna go look outside and see how much snow melted. Fucking snowed here a lot. Fucking Canada, bullshit place. I'm blessed to be in Canada. I am. I'm lucky, but like, fuck this fucking shit.
sit on it. Tourists sit on it, and it kind of looks like a couch.
Yeah, that's the one. I think Don mentions this in his latest book, right? Chris Dunn.
Yep. Yeah, he does. Chris Dunn talks about these.
Go get some exercise.
You know, there's no straight cuts here.
Yeah, exactly. That's what exactly, dude. That's exactly why I'm playing. I'm playing GoldenEye. If you look at my, I'm not telling you to go look at my elite sheet, but if someone were to, and look at all my PBs, they all occur between October and February. Hopefully March now, but or like April max. It's like I don't play in the summer.
Ben, is that proven to be from Aslan, the same as in like the King's Chamber that they done?
Man, January, dude, I played so much fucking Aztec 00 this January. I must have played 100 hours, maybe less. I played a lot. I definitely streamed 100 hours. I'm streaming like 120 hours, maybe more per month. 722. Definitely gonna take a break and load the vape and then play some more. Then I might stop playing in, I don't know, maybe an hour or so.
Quarrying and
Maybe an hour and a half.
So it's still orthodox. It's still part of the regular story that they and it's not really talked about much, but they don't believe that the old kingdom Egyptians had the ability to quarry iron. They didn't have the iron tools. It's too hard to get stuff.
This has been a really good session though. We've been like on point. We've been getting fucking 22 pause outs, which is fucking great.
No visible imperfections. And they, you know, the orthodox story says that the old kingdom, all of the granite works from the old kingdom, they weren't quarrying that stone. They were finding it in surface boulders and other, just like pieces of granite that were laying around. Which is, ask any geologist who then looks at this stone, that surface granite, and they'll probably laugh at it. To get large pieces that Old Kingdom had massive columns, you've got certain blocks, you've got bigger pieces from the Old Kingdom. You have to dig down into the mountainside to get pieces of granite that big. And then also the quality of the granite comes from having those large chunks of material that's typically core of the quarries and mountains. And so this granite has come from a quarry. You can't, there's a huge contradiction in the story to say, well, the Old Kingdom guys weren't really quarrying, they were just using stuff that was laying around. It doesn't match the evidence that's right there.
I think we should mention maybe that when John Anthony West had a group out there, I think about 5 years ago, he talked about they did core drilling about 50 feet in front of the Sphinx temple, and they did granite 50 feet down.
I think it was more than 100 feet.
100? Yeah, I'm old. My memory is really slow. But yeah,
Please,
yeah,
like, please.
That, but I know it just
Like,
shot
fuck
me
you.
because how you explain it.
It's a good
Oh my god.
So let's just flip back real quick to see what we're talking about, because I've got that footage here. In fact, you might even be able to see the pipe in the ground from where they drilled it. But so this is this image, yeah, and I think I don't have it in this set of film, but I do. I think I went and looked at it on this recent trip. It's the same thing you see around the Sphinx. You can see the pipes, and it's the same thing in the Great Pyramid actually. There's in the entrance to the King's Chamber. There's where they've drilled. They typically have these metal pipes, but yeah. So the Valley Temple's at a lower elevation than the pyramids of the Giza Plateau itself, and so you know, there's an elevation change to get to the Giza Plateau. But yeah, as Chuck was saying, they drilled 100 feet or so down in front of this and hit granite. And it's a lot.
I think there was a very ancient granite harbor down there, and they had it shaped out like a basin with granite. And if we could see what that actually looked like, is that
What the
Nile
fuck?
at that time I think was so wide they went to bullshit. Scale and bearing and stuff. Whatever talks about that. Definitely. And I think if we look at what that really
Oh,
looked
why? Like, why? Like, fuck you.
Some of that stuff, and especially with some of the stuff on the ancient harbor, for sure.
I think so. Yeah, it's remarkable, and I think it's also an indication that there's this causeway. This is the video right now is showing the causeway that's down from that structure, the pyramid temple. It's in front of the second pyramid, so this is what connects the pyramid to the Sphinx and the Valley Temple. It's this huge constructed causeway, and it was probably roofed, and it's for sure. I think for sure got tunnels underneath it. This is where the Osiris shaft is. And there's huge shafts on this causeway that go down, and then you go down into the front of at least 100 feet down. And in front of the Valley Temple, which you can kind of see at the end of this footage, you've also got granite that's 100 feet down. And how do you not think all this stuff was connected? There's clearly, I think, a lot going on.
Alright, hold on. Be right back. And like, when you load the vape and stuff, I'm gonna play afterwards. So I'm gonna put the thing. You'll see.
You just can't find it. The research doesn't seem to happen for some reason.
So this is considered to be the floor of something, or the roof?
I think it's both, but this was the floor. This had a roof over it, but this was a constructed causeway. This is the ground level, I guess, or it's a little bit above the ground level. It's a huge built limestone causeway that connects the pyramid and the pyramid structure to the Valley Temple.
Yeah, and it definitely looks aged, much like the the Sphinx temple blocks or the Sphinx enclosure. I mean, this is
it's very, very eroded.
very degraded.
Yep.
And
so
then
this
that structure you were showing previously, that's I don't know what you call it, the one that's right next to the pyramid that has the old limestone blocks.
Kent Cowis.
Yeah, they have that huge wavy.
That looks like the top of it right there.
Yeah, that's it there. I think, Chuck. The pyramid of Kent Cowis. So it says a structure or mastaba or whatever they call it. It has.
I think she was a fourth or fifth dynasty queen, and I think they just put a little tomb on top of a very sacred structure. And I think that and the Sphinx are two of the original structures built at the same time as the three pyramids. But there was a very interesting study that I was reading, or a PDF that I did a pyramid video on the middle pyramid, and it talks about how much of the original mound is under Khafre's pyramid and under Kinkaway's, and under the Great Pyramid, and they think 11% of the mound is under Khafre's and 23% of the original mound is under the Great Pyramid. And it was an excellent study. So
interesting.
And 64% of that structure is original.
It was, dude. But you know what I mean? It's just like just the anticipation of wondering what is AI gonna say, and then it says a fucking unique joke. Even that in itself is funny, man. It's just too much. And then it's Booyaka Shah, like, come on.
He creates all of these 3D models of a lot of these structures, and he works from images and. Yeah, he actually has left me a couple comments on my website.
You're right, Boonraker. If some random in chat wrote that, I would not have laughed. Maybe.
Kent Cowis structure. There's a great.
Even if like you wrote that in chat, I may not have laughed.
Just to
right.
catch up on the
favoritism
video
towards
I know
AI.
Matt.
You're right.
Go ahead.
I completely admit that.
This is the Osiris shaft. That's I just want to let you guys.
I know Matt did a video on it, and
AI is my favorite.
Go ahead, Ben.
No, go, yeah, sorry, I know we're probably dealing with a bit of lag. I was just saying that's the Osiris shaft. We just came up to it and took a look at the entrance to the Osiris shaft. This is it here below the causeway, and this is the 3 levels that drops down 100 feet or so, and then it has the boxes in the rooms and the water at the bottom. But yeah, Kent Cowis, I think, is the structure over here behind. It's to the west.
Melted. Guys, the snow melted. It actually melted. It's a fucking miracle.
Yeah, so there's the
actually go outside.
I know if you
not now, but like holy shit.
If you stand on top of the Valley Temple on December 21st, the sun sets right over that. And the way they use the sun to align their structures, that tells me that Kinkaway's used for mummification.
GoldenEye brings friends together. It bypasses the winter.
The mummified king right down that causeway, do a little symbolic journey on the Nile.
Yeah, it makes
sense. That is my guess at what that is.
So this is, again, just made huge limestone blocks, all constructed, and there's shafts all over the place down here that seem to dip down at least 100 feet. And then if you pay the money, they'll allow you now to go into the Osiris shaft, which is quite an adventure.
Causeways are underrated features in Egypt, I think.
Yeah, that is an amazing.
Some of them are amazing.
And yeah, it does make me think that it, like you were saying, Ben, it probably had a roof over it, but it might also be a roof.
Yeah. Yeah, or yes, I mean it may even be like, I just think there's not potentially a roof for a structure. There could be blocks there, but then I definitely think there's tunnels, even if they're in the bedrock beneath it, and structures. Because that's, and we should look at the footage of the Osiris shaft. Actually, it's quite a trip. It's just you go straight down ladders into these chambers into the bedrock.
Yeah. The other question I had, we were looking earlier at the Valley Temple. And I just wanted to ask you about your impressions on it. I mean, because it's, you got the granite that seems to be sort of inside of it, right? Mm-hmm. And kind of encasing it. And that granite reminds me, I've never been there, but that granite reminds me of like the Osirian.
Oh, for sure.
It looks like that, right?
Yeah.
Which implies that granite and the Osirian is not as old as
as the original construction of that temple, because those blocks are heavily eroded and the granite's put right on top of the erosion, right? It's basically fit to it.
That's right. Yeah, and
So
we could take definitely multi-stage. And so Robert Schock talks about this with the Valley Temple. So and you can see, I have footage of it. We went and found this, and I wanted to find the spot specifically that he points to. And there's a couple other videos online you can find where he's showing this. But yeah, so you have this very eroded limestone, and these are huge blocks of limestone, 150 tons, and they've been cased in granite. And the granite has been shaped to fit the erosion of the limestone, it looks like. There's definitely, it's not like a flat mating surface. These limestone blocks must have been eroded, and then somebody cased it in granite. So yeah, it's like, how long was the limestone there to get that eroded in the first place?
Yeah, there was. What I was going to say earlier is about that wavy pattern in those huge limestone blocks at the, I guess it's the temple right next to the pyramid.
We'll see them here, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that they continue through multiple blocks and they're on the same level and everything is interesting.
Right.
Suggests it happened after it was built, as opposed to they would have quarried it. You would imagine they quarried it and they would have been finely cut.
Yep.
Squared off. So it looks a lot like the Sphinx enclosure. It looks like the Sphinx temple. What do they call it?
The Valley Temple?
Valley Temple, yeah. So yeah, I agree. It looks like all of that stuff was done at the same time. Because the rock all has a similar erosion pattern.
Yeah, exactly. There's some stuff here, and so what we're looking at here in the video is this is back up at the causeway. This is the pyramid temple, if you like. This is the pyramid structure that's in front of the temple. The causeway's to the left in the image here, the pyramid's to the right. And you have the same thing here where you have granite blocks, and a lot of this has been so beat up and quarried. You don't really know exactly what it looks like, but some of the work here is it's the same as the Valley Temple. Like, you have massive blocks of limestone, and it looks like it's either been cased in or has had significant features made out of granite. Maybe we can listen to some audio here to see what it sounds like.
Is it the mortuary temple? Is that what they call it?
I guess, Chuck. Is that what they call the thing next to the pyramid?
The Pyramid Temple. That is how I know it.
Yeah, me too.
I guess I really haven't looked at that, but we got to remember this erosion here. It seems very ancient. We can all agree on that, right?
Yep.
Well, a lot of this has been buried for centuries and centuries and centuries. The Sphinx has been buried, and the enclosure's been buried for 2/3 of the time we've known it to exist. Yeah. So when you look at your erosion, you got to take that into consideration too, and how old it is.
Right. Yep. Yeah. How did it get eroded when it's buried? And I look at it. It's this. You see this in a lot of places at Giza. And just take a look at how big this single block is too, by the way. So just imagine what it might have been like when it wasn't eroded. You're talking about a pretty large block. Let's see if we can catch any audio here. You guys hear that?
Yep.
We still haven't seen a seam in the block yet, so now we're at like where the edge of the block is around here.
Yeah, it's a good land. Yeah.
That's huge.
Is there one under it too, Ben?
Yeah, so I think this is on top of a causeway, and yeah, there is blocks underneath this as well. Yeah, there's definitely another layer below it, and in fact, we'll get to look a bit more at the. This has all been built up because there was a slope and this will become more apparent when we get to the pyramid itself, but that whole, it's one of the most remarkable things about the second pyramid. It's built into a hill. It's literally on a slope, but they've engineered the bedrock to make it flat. And this all slopes down to the causeway, and this is all flat here, but you can kind of see the blocks in the floor below it.
So he just paced it off. It was like 40 feet or something.
Yeah, 13 meters.
You said 15 steps or something?
13 steps, so about 13, you sort of go a meter a step, more roughly, right? And then there's however much limestone weighs per cubic meter, and
48.
so 48 cubic meters at least. I think this is probably on the conservative side. Right. So 120 tons, more or less, right? So that's 120, 130 ton block of limestone, one of many. But yeah.
And it's like it's almost decomposed. It's so heavily eroded, pockmarked. You can see up at the top edge there, it looks like there's a deeper erosion line, like that was maybe where it was buried up to for a while, and wind and sand was eroding that
Right.
upper layer. And below that is I mean, just it looks like the moon.
It's cratered and pockmarked.
Cratered and pockmarked and just heavily decomposed. Yeah, it's very, very, very old. And like Chuck says, if you remember that it's been buried for most of the time, like occasionally something would uncover it, and then it would erode a little bit, and then it would get buried again. So, how old must it be to look like that?
There are some great pictures from the early explorers that were there 100, 150 years ago, and you can just tell that it's sticking out of the ground, period.
Yeah.
And the pyramids, maybe, I don't know, they're 30 feet up buried.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you guys ready to take a break? Come back.
Yeah. Let me show you one more feature real quick. Can we do that? Can we extend for a couple of minutes, and I'll show you one more thing, and then we'll get on to the actual. And after the break, stick around because we're going to get into the inside. We're going to go straight to the inside of the pyramid. But so there's granite, and again, this is a point I want to make about all of these pyramid structures, and I think this is a key for a lot of the Old Kingdom stuff. You have the same mix of stones. You have granite, basalt, limestone, and alabaster. And in fact, there's alabaster or the white calcite. I just want to show you this. This is sort of again, you have these limestone blocks. But as we move up here, I'll skip for that. There's a good shot of the erosion of these blocks. But as we move up here, what do you find?
Scoop.
Yeah, the scoop. But the same thing that I talk about at Abu Sir and at a bunch of other places, you also have here in the ground, which is these channeled blocks. So there's a channel in the ground, and they run into these, and they're made often of alabaster or the white calcite, which is kind of a real expensive stone to try and make this stuff out of. There's a channel block right here, and I think if I remember correctly, I think looking down right here, right here there's we're standing on it. So this is the alabaster, and you can see there's the channel in it. There was these underground or under level. I've got a ton of this of footage of these in a lot of places, but this is white calcite, and this is like a water spawn stone. You have to dig into springs to get this, and again, to get these big chunks that are like this, you have to dig right down to deep into these springs to find this type of stone. And for some reason, they seem to deploy these as well. And a lot of this has been quarried because it's a great stone to work in, and it's very pretty. But there's still a lot of this stuff in the ground here, and you find this typically in the Old Kingdom pyramid structures. You find that same combination of stones.
Yeah, you find that in caves and stuff too.
Yep. Yeah. And you have the channel blocks here. So, yeah, let's take a break, I guess, and then we'll come back and we'll get to the inside.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from the break, and I guess we're going to go in. Ben's going to show us some of the interior of the pyramid, but before we do that, I wanted to talk about these erosion patterns. And I don't know the specific geological processes that cause this, but we have a very similar looking limestone rock here in the Texas Hill Country where we live. And I see these types of erosion patterns often always associated with a ravine, seasonal creeks, things like that, where when the ravine starts and it's going down and it's cutting into the solid limestone, you will often see some of the harder areas of rock that are sticking out, much like the top of this, and then there will be these big curved patterns. To me, I've always thought they were cut by water, right? And the question is it a current that's cutting it, or is it down cutting it? Because it seems like if it's down cutting, it would create vertical grooves.
Right.
So I've always associated it with lateral flowing water, and you'll often see it at the down at the rivers, wherever the water level is, maybe a couple of feet above, you'll see these nice curved things going along laterally along the rock above the water line of the river, and there'll be multiple stages of them depending on how high the hill is. So that's when I saw this going across this joint here, to me that says those blocks existed, then that was cut by a current.
Right. Yeah.
And then the one above it, there's another one above it, and that was a different flow, a different current. So maybe it was flooding, a couple of different episodes of flooding.
And it could it also be like maybe not necessarily a current, but just standing water and it's got waves.
Wave action.
Like wind blown waves just cutting into that.
Yeah.
And the water level drops and it's cutting the next level. I don't know.
Yeah, we could go. So we have a lake nearby, and I've seen it at the lake. So yeah, could be wave action. Some of the features we see around here are huge curves. You can stand inside of them. And they're just beautiful curves, and just run all along a cliff face. So it's kind of hard to imagine here, like you're standing way up at the top of a hill that hundreds of feet above the floodplain, and you're just like, wow, when did this happen?
Well, what happened here?
Anyway, maybe there are other processes that could do the same thing. I don't know.
Good question for a geologist, and it's definitely different to the vertical erosion, the rainfall erosion you see in the Sphinx enclosure that Robert Schoch talks about. But and this again, not isolated just to this part of Giza. You see this it's on several of the areas around the pyramids. I'm pretty sure you also see this in some of the pyramid temple structures at like the Bent Pyramid, I think as well. There's a similar degree of erosion in some of those areas. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be interesting to check the elevation, of these cuts. So you might see when you find cuts at other sites, is it the same elevation? Is it higher or lower? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, I don't know. I probably need to sort out a bit more of the geologist questions. This is something for maybe Randall be good, or a geologist, somebody that can identify this in that type of stone. I know when Brian Forrester travels, he often, and I think also the Met School itself, and then Susan Moore, they have geologists that travel with them that have a solid understanding of that, can probably explain it a little better. At least in terms of what happens in limestone.
The other feature that I noticed a lot is all the tiny little holes, right, in the exterior of the stone. We see that here a lot. They call it it's karst bedrock, meaning like little openings everywhere, and so excavating down into these hillsides and stuff, sometimes you will break into rock that's just full of these tiny little tunnels. That doesn't. I think that rock would obviously erode faster once it was removed from the ground. Like sometimes the holes are filled with a less consolidated type of stone, so they may erode out just with wet and dry. They degrade and fall out. But we see a lot of that same kind of stuff here, and especially on the surface, you'll see a lot of the it looks like wormholes all into the rock. But it is, we do find it digging straight into the hillside. You'll find somewhere.
Yeah, it just seems strange that somebody would say, yeah, we can use that for building.
Yeah.
It's weak, right?
Fuck
right.
off, man.
Yeah, but maybe they did. Maybe it was aesthetic.
Yeah, at the time, yeah, who knows what it looked like when they first carried it out, whether it had those holes in it or not, if that's something that's happened afterwards. You get the feeling that it was probably pretty smooth when they originally started, and we know that certainly if it's come from the plateau, which a lot of this stone has, built like these big blocks, for example, I think are supposed to have come from the plateau, as well as a lot of the blocks in the pyramids. Not all of them have had that degree of erosion to them, so it sort of lends a bit more credence to the idea that there was some sort of ground level water that seems to have affected those blocks. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I haven't climbed the pyramid or anything. I haven't seen a lot of good footage up in the upper cases to see, or courses to see if there's similar erosion in the limestone up there.
But it also reminds me of like Coral Castle. Right?
That's limestone.
It's very porous. It's got holes all in it, and I mean we built some pretty big structure, not pyramids, right?
Yeah,
but
he did.
Edward Lee, he was quite a guy.
He's scaling, he dedicated his life to it. There is some footage, so I looked recently. There's been some footage of him using block and tackles, like that was uncovered to do a lot of that stuff, which was like, But yeah, I think some of the mystery may have been dispelled. At least I looked into it a while back. It's a good topic to revisit at some point.
I have no health.
But there was some new video that came up of him actually moving blocks around with blocks.
I have no health.
Block and tackles. Just yanking on chain. I think either way you cut it, like the guy was dedicated. He just spent his life doing that stuff. I mean, it's quite a tremendous effort to build something like that, no matter how you do it. It's interesting. I'd like to see it sometime. I've not seen it. So yeah. So I just wanted to set this a little bit in terms of going into the pyramid. Pretty sure north entrance. And this is the face. There's two entrances to the pyramid. So we'll talk a bit more about the internal structure. And you can always look up a map, a schematic of the insides. This is up at roughly around where the upper entrance is. You can't get in here, but you can get up if the guards let you. You can get up on to where the actual entrance is. There's an upper and a lower entrance, and the lower entrance enters in the bedrock. It's basically in this beneath this little hut here, I think, that you see in the ground. But just for a bit of perspective, this is up on the pyramid itself, looking to where it's been cut out of a hill. I talked earlier that this is cut into a slope, and we'll take a closer look at this whole area out here a bit later on.
Wouldn't even give me a 4-hit big room, 3 hits, and you're passed away.
Side of the hill. And we'll get around the back and look at that.
Wow, that was fast. That was a really fucking fast run.
Where that second entrance is, it's up
even without the glass opening. Imagine that glass open, that would have been fast as fuck.
And then the
That
lower
would have been
entrance
really
is down
fucking
below
fast.
here. And that's the one that you get into it today if you go visit. So we're walking down up on the northern side of the pyramid. And you can see the slope of the bedrock plateau itself. And this is where they decided to build this thing for some reason. And I've heard that it said that if they just moved the whole structure something like 15 or 20 meters further towards the Sphinx, they wouldn't have had to deal with the issues of building it into a slope and had to do the remarkable kind of engineering that they did do to the bedrock and the plateau itself to make it level and be the structure that it is.
Yeah, so it makes you wonder about what was the importance of the specific spot.
Right.
Was there something underground already?
Right. Well, and so what's interesting, this is the entrance, the lower entrance, that's straight into the bedrock, and everything below is bedrock. There's literally, this structure could have been here before this pyramid ever was put on top of it, and then
it looks tiled. Is it tiled there?
Yeah, it is. So there's tiling on the bedrock itself, but it just, other than these tile blocks, this sinks straight down into the bedrock, which you'll see, I think, in this next shot here as we start to go down into the tunnel. Right, so this is going down from that lower entrance. This is where you walk in, and you'll notice, like, as opposed to the Great Pyramid and all the other pyramids, this is all bedrock. There's no blocks in here. The upper passageway, which connects to this one, is cased in granite inside the pyramid. So that upper entrance that is above this one, it is cased in granite. But everything you'll see in this is is bedrock, except for a couple of little exceptions which we'll get to. And I think there's audio on this that we can hear. Maybe I'll turn it down a bit, or just my chattering, being excited. Sort of. This was, and just to set the context, this is the footage from recently in December. This was like the first or second day I was there. It was just me, Yusuf and I, and Henry and Jimmy, and so we were just out a day ahead of the tour, and we were just sort of romping around Gyges, and you know.
That looks very smooth too on the interior.
Oh, yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it seems a lot finer than I guess in the Great Pyramid, or is it about the same?
I think the Great Pyramid, the descent, the passageway into the, I mean, Mahmud's Hole obviously has been hammered into the Great Pyramid, but the casing stones and the work inside it is quite fine, I think. Some of it's been damaged over time. But this is incredibly good work too. This is a straight as an arrow kind of passageways.
Hey, exactly is that? Are you crouching pretty seriously there?
Yeah. So you'll hunch down. This is. I think I was just telling Jimmy, get used to this position because we'll be doing it quite a bit. Yeah. So it's like I think it's about 4 foot, maybe a little under 4 feet high. This channel, this passageway. You can go down forward, and I can go down forward in all the pyramid tunnels except for the bent pyramid. That's actually a tighter entrance tunnel. It's a little smaller, and it's more comfortable to go down backwards. But there is a granite block here at the bottom as well that may have been blocking this or something. I don't know, but it's sort of shoved aside into an alcove. Yeah. So this is the initial descent down into the bedrock, and yeah, you'll crunch down, and you'll see it on the way out what the posture is.
What the fuck, man?
Then you can stand up in here, which is not always the case in some of these structures, that you can't always stand up in a lot of the spaces, but certainly this area you can.
So got that in there. There's a shaft to the right that went further down.
There is, yes, there is. They call it the so-called Queen's Chamber, which is silly because that's not where she was buried. Like, they have something else attributed to her. And I think Yusuf actually explains it here.
You're okay. Yeah, it ducks down here and then it goes up again. Yeah. Have you been down there before? No, they open it up for tour.
So yeah, Marasan, I think is what he's saying, is the wife of King Khafra, and she's buried in the Eastern Cemetery. But they call this the Queen's Chamber, and it's kind of one of those contradictions. And I don't know if you caught it, but Yusuf says it goes down, it opens up into a rock cut and A-frame ceiling. And I think it's about the same dimensions as more or less either the King's Chamber or the Queen's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, is what I've heard of this chamber. But yeah, I've not been down here. It's locked. It's a special, you've got to rent the thing on a special permission, and then they will open it up for you. But yeah, there is a passageway off to the right that goes down. And,
Ben, is there any hint of soot or anything on the ceiling anywhere in there?
Not that I've noticed. There's maybe a little bit in the Queen's Chamber itself, but no. There's in fact, we do want the audio on this because there is some interesting.
Only private. They open it up to private stuff.
See if you can see it, but I didn't recall any soot.
Yes. No. Yeah, next to it. Yeah, no. Let's not do that.
Easier going up because you lean forward.
Oh, yeah, right.
Are the walls plastered, or is that just was it originally smooth and it's just been slightly?
I think that's the case. I didn't see any real signs of plaster on these walls.
Okay.
Obviously, it's been eroded, been worked on. We've added the railings and the electric system and the stairs, which makes it nice. It'd be a bit more difficult without the wooden stairs.
Too big dude.
Fuck off,
Sorry, Jimmy,
man.
you can lead out.
I hate this game, bros. Oh my
You get first on the way out.
god.
Okay. You're gonna have to film my ass the whole way. Yeah, I just stopped. We will put a sign on the entrance. You must go first.
It's always an issue. So sometimes I've noticed like the guides typically lead you in there, so you get in the habit of like, hey, let me go. I've got the camera. Let me go first because I want the shot without your ass in it. So it's interesting.
Ben, let me ask you one question. In the Great Pyramid, I know it's something like 12 stories down to the subterranean chamber. How far is it down to where you're going down there? Do you know?
Not as deep, no. So you saw the deepest part was where we first came down and in that little horizontal passageway. It's I got to imagine it's probably if a third of the depth of the Great Pyramid passageway.
Okay.
I think that's like 80. It's almost 90 something meters. The Great Pyramid descending passageway. It's a long passageway. It's a hall, and this is only like probably a third at best of the same sort of depth. Yeah, and you're again all in the bedrock here. Yeah, it's very resonant too, as you'll hear.
That looks like Golden Reach with
Doesn't it? So I'll mention this because we spin around and look at it here in the footage. I'll just mute it real quick. And we get a better look at this on the way out, but it opens up because this passageway up there is where it goes up to that upper entrance. So when you turn around and look behind you, there's like a big gap in the ceiling and a passageway that goes up. And again, we'll take a closer look on the way out. You'll also see the big air conditioning box that's in there. And thankfully, this was nice. Yusuf knows the guys, and normally, and he actually turns it on when we're coming out. You can't pick up any of the resonance of these chambers because these things will be roaring and just be huge noise in there. And you also have that in the third pyramid. But Yusuf, knows the guy and he had him turn it off for us. So we'll hear what it sounds like in this chamber. Let me put that audio back on.
That's still bedrock. See how far the bedrock goes, yeah? So look at the iron from here. So strong up there. So condensed. Now, the question I always ask. This is insane. I'm in bedrock right now. Like this is. The guy. I'm running out of. We have ran out of. What are you saying?
Not quite hitting it.
Alright, those look like blocks. Blocking on the side there?
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't know. It's bedrock. Whether it had its markings or something, or it does. But it's like maybe it was plaster. I'm not sure, but this is. Yeah, it's not. Even whether.
Yeah, back up maybe 5 seconds. There was a whole set of them on the left. On the left side. Yeah, see that?
Yeah. I mean, it possibly is repaired. Like this may well have been because this was all full of debris and was damaged. My guess might be that this is a modern repair since it's been.
Please, please.
And Chuck, they could have.
Like, come on, man.
Cleaned it too. I know they've done that in the past. If there's soot in here, they clean it. But yeah, this I suspect this is probably repair. You can see the concrete. Yeah, you're right. And so maybe a good time to mention it was 1818, I think, when this was first really cleared out and discovered, and there'd been a few efforts to try and to penetrate it. So there was clearly like blockage, and this had some damage in here. And you'll know who discovered it once we get into the chamber. There's no missing it.
Mr. C.
Yeah, you'll get it when you see the wall. Italian.
It's about.
I don't know why the audio messes up a bit, but it does.
This game just really fucking sucks, eh?
It's my bad. I cut myself myself out of these damn footages, but you can get a sense of the height of the tunnel. The audio also screws up a bit here. I don't know why the microphone on the thing wasn't. It sort of drops in and out a little bit here.
I'd like to get a snapshot of that for measuring.
Bell zone.
Bell zone. Yeah, so in the chamber. So yeah, Belzoni discovered this. This is the A-frame ceiling of the chamber that's in here. The granite box is down the end, and you also have the only thing that's not bedrock in here is the ceiling, and the ceiling has an A-frame ceiling. You'll see it up high. It has, and this is the fine, the Tura limestone. Again, this is the limestone that has been brought in from a quarry that's a distance from Gyges. I'm not sure how far, but you'll see that in the ceiling here. Yeah.
No, it's limestone.
That's a good comment. Like Henry says, it looks like cement. Like that's how it looks like a modern cement job. But nope, that's however many thousands of years old, fine Tura white limestone.
Like the casing stone. Very finely joined, yeah.
It's a cool space. This was only the second time I had the chance to be in here on this trip.
Ben, I know you've been to the pyramid, I think of Unis or Venus.
Unis, yeah.
Is that chamber in there kind of similar to those smaller pyramid chambers as far as what they look like, with that ceiling and stuff?
There's an A-frame ceiling in there, I think. Yes, I think it is an A-frame. I think, and we can look at Unis. I've been in there a couple times. I'm just trying to think from memory if it has the A-frame ceiling.
But that kind of reminds me of those, what you find under the pyramid of Teti and Unis and Pepi and those people, the smaller pyramids.
Yeah, with that ceiling, yeah.
So it looks like they tiled around it, or put stones around the box there?
Yeah, it's kind of built into the floor. It actually sits a little lower than floor level, and then they did build up around it in granite. So you have the box here with its lid, which is pretty fine work. There's actually, and a real nice drill hole. The two drill holes, you can see the striations on these. You can also, they're actually, I didn't realize this until the last day on the tour we came in here again. There's also two drill holes on the underside of the lid, so maybe it was doweled into place, or there might have been something to, like a pin. I think it looked to the eye like it lined up.
Is there a lip on the underside of the lid? It looked like, yeah, it looked like there was a lip, unless that was the support that's holding it up. It looks like there's a lip on the inner edge of the box here too.
Yeah, it might be looks like a little lip. Let's see if I can just go back here. Just here.
Yeah, there's a lip there, and when you were walking up and looking straight at the lid, you could see what looked like it's sort of under it. Yeah, see that?
Or is that the support that's holding it up?
I think no. I think you're right. I think that is a lip.
Yeah, so
it plops down in there. Yep. Yeah, plop like, and then I guess the edge of it probably sits right on the edge of the thing, and you can see where there's. I guess they've been prying at it. It's probably a pry bar damage to try and get it open. And then all these granite blocks around the outside. Yeah, it's a nice box. It's it's a nice piece of work.
So you're looking at those
That one's eroded, but there's a drill hole here on the box. There's one on either end, and then on the underside of the lip as well, of the lid.
Just on the backside there, or not? There's not 4 of them. There's only 2.
I think they're on the backside.
Wow, insane.
I think 2 drills. It's a little kid running down that hallway. Coming
So
into
this
the
is
photo.
the king, considered the king's chamber, right?
I guess, yeah, the burial chamber they'll call that, and that's the sarcophagus. That's the story.
I've looked at a lot of Fourth Dynasty sarcophaguses, and that is not a fourth.
Please, like, please.
They decorated them. They put their
come
life
on,
stories on
man.
their afterlife journey. And if you were going to build one of the most impressive monuments in the world, you were going to certainly immortalize yourself like the pharaohs did. Or you would have put your name all over that place. It makes no sense that somebody in the Fourth Dynasty would go out of their normal ways of doing things and not tell the world forever that this is their place. I think those sarcophagus are purely symbolic.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the other thing. Again, no hieroglyphs. There's no inscriptions. And in fact, I was just trying to find out how they attribute this to Khafra in general. I know that the whole the statue of Khafra, the really famous one, Khafra enthroned, the diorite statue of it was found in the Valley Temple, and I guess by extension, and of course it has his name on it, which is written in poorly done hieroglyphs relative to the rest of the statue. But
Yeah.
I believe on the dream stela between the paws of the Sphinx had one chipped off area hieroglyphs where Kaf, the first part of Khafre's name,
right. That's right.
they think, and that's how they attribute it. Mostly, that's how they attribute it, the place to him. But Kaf is such a common syllable in the ancient Egyptian text. There could have been numerous pharaohs or rulers or kings that had that in their name. That is very common.
Wasn't that not even in a cartouche, or was that encased within a cartouche? The Kaf. Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I just know that is in the part of the chipped off section of the text in the dream stela.
That's right.
That's all I remember specifically.
Yeah, so it's hard, and they're the as I think I said in one of my videos, and thus the House of Cards that is history is built. Like that's how they build the House of Cards of history, with these little attributions and whatnot. I mean, I would say that the whole Khafra enthroned statue, it was probably, I'm sure it was dedicated to him. It has his name was written on it at some point, but it just doesn't match the engineering of the statue itself.
Right.
Which happens in a lot of them, I think. So this is again looking up at that upper entrance. Maybe once I work out my camera issues, there's the bedrock above us. But then, so there's that passageway that goes up to the upper entrance and then up into the pyramid structure and is cased in granite.
There is not one syllable of hieroglyphs in there anywhere, is there? Or even graffiti?
No, not as far as I know. I've looked. I've not found any records of anything in this pyramid of any writing. So they turn the air conditioner back on, and that's the sound that you hear.
All the way up there, huh?
Yeah, and this is bedrock with the lumps of iron.
Oh, I see, the iron in it, and the limestone.
Yeah.
Oh. Use of saying there's lumps of iron in the limestone, like there's iron formations in it. But you get this roaring noise normally. Down you go, and back out again. They're not as complex a structure as Giza as the Great Pyramid, which it's do you do that first or second? It's kind of like do you build on the designs that you did before, or do you just sort of go backwards? It's sort of an interesting. Oh, there you go. That's listen to that all the time. I see it here in the waveform.
With that machine, it would be really hard to feel the resonance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, whenever. Oh, you whenever.
No, whenever.
possible that there are other still unknown passageways or interior chambers? Because most of this, you guys aren't even in the pyramid. It's all underground, right?
Right. Yeah, it's everything's the most of the structure. There's really, I don't know if they've done any other testing, to what degree
Shoot
of testing
the
they've
fucking
done.
guy.
This is the up passageway. I don't know what degree of testing that they've done to check that, but it certainly seems possible. I mean, again, you're talking about a pyramid that's almost as big as the Great Pyramid, and it's possible. They haven't found any other entrances. The only entrance that they did find is that connects down to this structure.
Right. I'm just interesting because you build that entire massive structure, but all of the passages are in a place where the structure is completely unnecessary. Like, you don't need that giant pyramid to have these passageways. So it just seems like, I don't know. Is that giant triangle is totally symbolic?
Unless you're symbolizing.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Is it entirely symbolic, or does it have interior stuff?
Who knows? Somebody.
Great question.
Scan it. Let's see. Can we get a muon detector down there? Maybe do that after we get done in the Great Pyramid, because they're still doing that at the Great Pyramid. But I'd love to. I'm sure they could plop it down in the bottom here, and although that'd probably mean they have to close it off to the public again.
Well, they just
Ben, one of the things that you. One of the things Ben brought up is the chronology when these were built.
Like how?
I think what you have to
Come
look at
on,
is the
man.
small pyramid. I think all these three structures were built basic purpose. I don't know, but would a pharaoh who wanted to be immortalized or known as the greatest ruler of all time, would he have built a tiny pyramid or a small pyramid next to his predecessor, saying, "I'm only this great"?
Right.
I don't think that's one thing that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, because Menkaure is noticeably small, and then again, you could be right. Like that could have been the first, and then it gets bigger from there. It just seems to work better that
What
way.
the fuck?
Just the nature of progression too. It's just, given that the chronology comes from the story, and we know the dynasties, and we know, and then you have this loose attachment that's very tenuous at best, trying to associate these various rulers with these pyramids, and that's kind of how we derive the chronology of the whole site. It's definitely a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There are questions, and I have more, and I think Kyle's got stuff to say too, but let's take the break, and then we'll come back.
Alrighty.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, in our third segment. And we're back out of the pyramid now, and so what are we going to be looking at next, Ben?
We are going to go around the outside. There's a couple of things I wanted to that are worthy of noticing, particularly, and this relates to how the pyramid is built into a slope of a hill and just the amount of engineering that went into it. But before we go there, we were just talking in the break about, and we mentioned earlier about the attribution of the pyramid, but there's very little there's no hieroglyphs specifically in there, and that the whole story is put together through, we found this
fucking
artifact
lit
over
up,
here.
man.
And so I wanted to I do have some footage of the very famous diorite statue called Khafre Enthroned. It's a remarkable piece of work. Petrie has quotes about it. He talks about it. He talked to artists in his time, and they were absolutely astounded about this, the quality of this. It's made from diorite, which is one of those, stones that's harder than granite, and it's in a museum. And it's right next to this one. We'll pan around and take a look at it first, but I've made this point in a few videos, and it's worth reinforcing here. And I think we've talked about it maybe a little earlier as well. It's one of my little pet points to try and make out, which is that the writing on these statues and on some of these objects, we talked about it with the Serapeum, is of an obvious lesser quality to that of the object itself. And you see
that was
even
pretty
on
good.
these beautiful statues, and of course, the writing is how things are dated and related to the story of history, right? So based on the writing, that's how we say it's this old, and it was built for this king in this time period. And we'll spin around and look at Khafre Enthroned, because it shows the same things, but this, you can't get that close to it. It's because it's roped off, but this one you can get right up close to, and you can clearly see here the details of the statue itself. Look at the fingernails and everything, but I'll just pause it real quick, because there's a lotus flower motif in here, and there's a couple of things that I typically point out are like this lotus flower motif. It's polished, it's shaped well. There's fine lines in terms of how they've shaped the stone.
All of the surfaces, including the curved surfaces, are polished, clearly contemporary with the rest of the object itself. But when it comes to the writing, you can see the writing's pretty obviously been chiseled on it. It's chiseled marks. You see the marks. It's very, very good work. But it's not perfect. The lines aren't quite straight versus the object itself has perfectly straight lines. And then the key thing for me is the interior surfaces of these glyphs aren't polished. So the interior of this bird glyph here isn't polished. When they clearly did have the ability to polish any surface.
What the fuck?
This is the sort of thing you start to notice.
Fucking yellow, I
Lots
know,
and lots of
dude.
mention
Holy shit,
of these statues. Statues, slabs, boxes that have writing. And, you know, you compare that writing to the detail that's of the chest. You see the bones in the chest. I mean, incredible work. Like, whoever did this was a master of the medium and of working in the stone. You've got a belly button detail. That's all polished in there. The inside of the fingernails are all nice and polished. It just strikes me that the writing was added with a vastly different degree of technological sophistication and working in the material than the statues.
Dude, like, I'm sure works for mainstream, yeah, honestly. I'm sure it has so much information that it would tell me that I don't even know. That's like classified or whatever.
As well on the Mohs scale.
Like, I'm sure.
I think this stone's an 8, and then we spin around here and take a look at this is a conglomerate.
Some characters can get around it.
Also, like
Like who was good at David Icke? You could
incredibly hard
sometimes.
stone. And we'll spin around here and actually get to Khafra enthroned, which is the statue that is used to also to attribute the Valley Temple, the Sphinx, the second pyramid to Khafra. In fact, well, so Yusuf right here is pointing out he's pointing out there's overcuts. There's actual like saw cuts that they've gone a little too deep in on the armpits. Maybe I didn't.
No, dude. Well, I mean, I think it goes back to like 2013, 2014. No, I guess we'll never know. Thanks to AI.
Statues, they're in the same position. They have, you know, like the way Christopher Dunn compares the faces. You know,
Last stream, I asked it, and it named a company, a one-word company name that sounded something like Bethesda, but it wasn't Bethesda. It was something else. You can check my past stream. I'm trying to get it to say that company name again because I didn't Google it yet.
They do need to be scanned, indeed. I can't believe that I've lost this all of a sudden. I had this in a break. We spun around and looked at Khafra enthroned. Yeah, let me. I do want to try to find it.
Well, while he's looking for that, you want to tell the story again? You went to a museum in Italy?
Yeah, I went to the Vatican Museum in Italy, and they had all these statues that looked just like this. They were amazing.
Come on, man.
And I noticed the same thing.
Come on, man.
Come
on.
The statues were, the work of the statue was one level of sophistication, and then the hieroglyphs were another level, like a lesser level of sophistication. And then in some cases, at the very bottom of the statue, there was Roman.
What the fuck?
You know, really roughly scratched in like Roman
Yeah,
letters and
fucked.
stuff on the bottoms of the screen.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, this is, you know, later people doing the same thing.
Yep. It's human nature.
Well, in the I think in the museum. Well, I don't know what the Romans were doing, but it looked like they were categorizing it or numbering it, putting a serial number on it. It's kind of what it looks like, you know. Because then you have the modern like written numbers that they.
They do the same thing. We do the same thing now. This is Khafra enthroned. So it's this beautiful green diorite statue with the falcon behind the head, protecting it. And again, you've got writing next to the feet. You've got that lotus flower motif on the side. And it's a wonderful statue. I mean, you can see why it's so precious. But again, same thing with the writing. I don't have a good shot of it, but the writing next to the feet here is the same. It's chiseled out, and you know. It's obviously I'm sure it has Khafra's name on it. There's a tube drill between the feet, which is another
Fucking
level
hell.
of technology. So yeah, this to me screams inherited object that was then reclaimed, but beautiful. I mean, absolutely. You know, what it must have been. Incredible.
Was that Was that a drill mark between the feet, or was that like a sun disk representation?
This is a common thing on statues. I believe that's a tooth drill that's been polished out. But yeah, you have that's been hollowed out with a tooth drill. That's the
What's
only way
interesting
you
about that is that there are
I
a
gotta
whole
look
lot of
up more.
statues where there's a little person between the feet of
in
the
some
giant statue. So I wonder if that was maybe there was a metal, like a gold, set into that hole or something.
Could possibly and gold.
Sometimes those little people are meant
off,
to
man.
represent the soul of the king.
We always thought it was understanding.
Understanding?
Yeah. That was like, they are.
It depends.
Oh my god.
Okay, so back to the pyramid. And there's two features I want to point out here. So again, we talked about how it's built into the side of a hill. This is on the. God, what am I? I'm going to get my. This is the eastern side, sloping down. And so what happened with the pyramid was they had to cut out the backside to like hollow out, and you'll see when we get around there's like a 10-meter cliff. We saw it briefly in an earlier shot. So they've dug down 10 meters, and then they formed part of the pyramid itself out of bedrock, which we'll see. But then on this side, the eastern side, I think it is, they had to build the plateau up. So you're not, it's not just bedrock. They had to do a tremendous amount of engineering in the plateau and in the foundations itself to then provide that platform to build the pyramid and pyramid structures on. And so the key thing here is to look at what we're standing on, because these are these three-dimensional interlocking limestone tiles. And
AI on fire.
You get a sense of how deep they are with this line here where the camel is laying down. So you're still talking about a meter or so thick, so 3-4 feet thick, massive.
Oh my god,
limestone
man!
blocks in the ground.
I can't do it.
And they all interlock
It's
like
too
a
much,
giant
man.
3D puzzle. And look at the size of some of these foundation tiles. The
It's too
interesting thing
fucking
about
much.
them also is that they truly are interlocking in 3 dimensions. They not only are shaped to fit each other side by side, but they fit the bedrock beneath it. So that they're actually been shaped to match the bedrock, and there's areas where you can see that. But some of these limestone tiles, 150 tons, easy.
And see, that's suggestive again of the earthquake proof or whatever. It's like they're expecting this whole system to be.
Wow, guys! I just came up with a great idea for a video game.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to flatten the bedrock.
But the characters are made completely from AI. It's not like a preset script.
Into the contours of the existing.
They're just AI encounters.
They would stay in position.
And then you try to convince them to do things through the AI interaction.
It's interesting too, because in this you see this also in the Great Pyramid to a lesser degree. But not only did they do that in the foundation, but they actually have blocks, and you also see this in the Great Pyramid. But there are some of those blocks formed from the bedrock itself. So it's like the ground kind of locks into the whole structure. You've got in this pyramid, it's actually like 3 or 4 courses on the.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go out in maybe
western
5-10 minutes. Honestly,
that,
it's kind of sunny. I might
lock
skateboard a
in,
bit.
And it's kind of they just sort of gradually transfer.
Pretty shit
the blocks
outside though.
with the slope of the bedrock. So they dug down, and we'll see this on the other side. But everyone walks over this, and the camels gravel over it. But it's like huge piece of that. Look at the size of this thing.
Are these like stones that are in there? I keep seeing these little round stones between the joints. Is that what they are?
You see some incredible detail in the foundation tiles, not only on this, the other pyramid too. And it also extends even to the foundation. It's what would have originally been.
Definitely go outside, I think,
yes,
at least.
Like a cat today, sir. It's just like there was plenty of Egyptians here.
It's been a good session though.
Out of interest, they the Egyptians roll up here on Fridays and Saturdays, and we were, I think, here on a Saturday. But yeah, so the little blocks, the little keystone blocks, and some of them are tiny. And in some cases on the Great Pyramid and even here, where the casing stones have been removed, you see them underneath, like as if they were never meant to be seen. But it's this incredible level of detail that's in the foundation. It's just mind-boggling. Like, why do that? Why not just fill it with sand if it's just, you know, who cares? But apparently they care.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
So you're saying
Ben in front of Ben in front of the Sphinx. I know there's massive paving stones. Are those the same as you see up there by the second pyramid?
I think so. Yeah, there's a similar size. There's a lot like the Valley Temple and the Sphinx. Oh, you mean in front of the paws of the Sphinx, or just directly in front of it?
No, I'm talking in front of the Sphinx Temple and the Valley Temple. I know there's big paving stones on the ground there. I just wondered if they're very similar to what you see up there on the top of the plateau.
I'd have to look, and I'd have to look. I'm not sure. I have to dig up some footage and look, but I would suspect so, given that the Pyramid Temple and the Valley Temple have similar sized blocks of limestone, and this paving system almost extends down the whole causeway. It's not, some of the blocks aren't quite as big as up here, but you know they will just, there's so much that's gone into the bedroom. Again, it's like, you know, talking about years of planning and years of construction just to do that part of it. Like, it's insane. And you can see the slope of the rock, right? This was the original slope of the hill where it's been carved in on the back here. And we'll come back around on the other side. I do want to, we're going to come back to this area. We'll finish over here because this is very interesting as a quarry. The one other thing I wanted to point out really quickly, we're going to see a lot of, is that this pyramid's unique in that the bottom two layers were cased in granite, and you actually have granite casing stones, and the two courses were all granite, which is just, I don't know how many thousands, if not millions of tons of granite that was shipped up here, and very finely worked.
It's this game, bros. Like, why? Like, come on.
Where is it? We're gonna go back. I think let's go. Yeah, we'll go. So you see the floor tiles. We'll come back, and then we'll come back to the quarrying.
It must have looked amazing, you know, if the rest of it's cased in the Tura limestone. And you've got this bottom layer of dark granite, so that it's like an accent line going all the way around the base, and it's bright all the way up, and it just looked amazing.
Oh, what a legend!
Yeah, get that time machine. That's Gyges.
But I can look at that little section of granite casing stones you were showing there and see that they had to put those down before they put anything on top of them, because there's 3 behind the one out in the front.
Yeah.
Or 2 behind it, so you couldn't slide those up underneath higher stones. They would have had to have been put down first.
Indeed. Yeah, there's obviously they built that up that way on the ground, and you got to imagine, I guess it was a continuous join. And we're going to see, so this is, and what you see here is just purely the rubble left over from quarrying. And there's two, as we walk around, there's a couple things to look at. One that I like to point out is we'll see a few just down here a little bit, but some of the blocks in the pyramid structure itself are gigantic. They're huge and much bigger than any of the other pyramids, just the limestone blocks. And we'll see some of them. There's definitely, I just call it like more megalithic. And the other thing that I get asked about a lot, and you'll see it in all of these stones, are these marks here, these dashed lines. Okay, so this is.
I noticed that in the grooves in the previous video you were just showing.
That's quarrying. That is how. It's not how the ancient Egyptians, according to the ancient Egyptians, didn't do it this way. They hammered it out with pounding stones, apparently. Nonsense. But this is how it's been done pretty much ever since. and all of the quarrying work that was done here is done that way. So what happens is you take an iron chisel and you dig yourself a groove in the stone, and you dig a series of those grooves. You pack wood into it. You wet the wood swells, and you hope to split the block in a relatively straight line. So you see that absolutely everywhere, and that's not Egyptian. That's not anything except for quarrying. That is some of it may be Egyptian, like later period Egyptian quarrying, but that's how it's done. And they did that because they wanted to use the flat faces of the beautiful stone that was, that had been done by the dynastic Egyptians or by the builder culture. They were trying to quarry these stones to take away those flat, nice surfaces to then use in other constructions, because they wouldn't have to use it themselves. So that's why this stuff got quarried,
like,
because it was so flat and so
fucking
perfect.
Piece of shit.
People wanted that. They would try and take pieces of this stone to use in other construction.
Alright, I'm gonna play like 5 more minutes and then sign off.
I have to say, that's just getting at.
Go outside. I'm gonna go outside, enjoy the sun a little bit.
The sort of heterogeneous nature of the paving stones out there.
Yep.
They're all
Indeed.
So are you guys standing up on more tiles, or is that bedrock?
No, no. This is all still foundation and tiles. In fact, this is right on the edge. And see, this
I
is
might
also
play
kinda
this
interesting. Check
tonight.
out. It's like there's a granite block intermixed with the limestone. See this? In this
Maybe.
course here, the granite block goes back a little further. Now, it wasn't all, so it wasn't all even. I don't know why they did this, but there's definitely different areas.
Locks it in place. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
I mean, it definitely is like this very regular stair stepping at the base there, and then it gets all jumbled up top. But you can imagine during the building of the thing, you would continue the courses in that manner. It would have a very regular structure to be supporting materials that you're bringing up as you're building. And then I guess the last part, which is the confusing part, is casing it because it gets smooth. And like Russ was saying, if you did it from the bottom,
be very difficult.
Where is your support structure after that? Like, how are you? I mean, you'd have to build something that's leaning up against this perfectly flat, smooth thing, and then be bringing up these giant stones that weigh multiple tons.
I hate this game, man.
It's a lot of scaffolding.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is the biggest blocks in any pyramid construction. I'd say, like massive blocks in these early courses. Yeah, and again, it's like it's not the precision of it's not all perfectly finely fitted, even though it's been shaken around with earthquakes and whatnot. It definitely got rougher as they went up. There's some gaps. They didn't use mortar, I don't believe, on this pyramid. As Brian sort of demonstrating how big it is. We saw Jimmy.
Alright, yeah, one more attempt into the dark room, then I'm gonna sign off.
Like more megalithic. It's bigger, bigger blocks of limestone in some of these courses. And just why go to the effort of these huge pieces of stone?
It's probably the last run, this one right here.
It'd be interesting too, like how far up do they go? Is it just these first 3 courses, or
don't know? I mean, I don't know how far in they go. I don't know if anyone's. I don't know how we tell.
I mean,
yeah,
what I'm thinking about is.
Thank you for being here.
Again,
Raid somebody, maybe, probably.
Or,
sucks.
Later building stages where you have this foundation that's built that has these chambers down below, and it has some purpose, and then later they come along and build the actual pyramid.
DJ's on, we're gonna raid him. No, Colin Bolt's on. Elusive's on.
Big giant platforms that are made out of those megalith blocks.
I think we're gonna have to raid the Elusive.
Started building the rest of the pyramid on top of it. With those first couple of courses constitute like a platform.
There you go. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, that makes sense. It does.
Your building phases in South America, right? You got these megalithic foundations, and then there's later cultures stack smaller rocks up on top of them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fairly convinced that there were multiple periods of building going on here. Like, I think for sure that there was work done in disparate periods on these structures. But yeah,
the ancient text says that there's 3 different periods that go way back before the first dynasty. There's the first period where the Neteru, the gods, so-called, came to Egypt, started that civilization. Then the Shamsu Hor, a period that is pre-dynastic. There's definitely 3 periods of history that, and some say that's just a kind of a mythology story. But when you see like 3 different periods of building, don't you have to take those into consideration?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. The Shamsu Hor that follows the Horus. And yeah, I love some of these casing stones that are left. Just such precise work. Brilliant. And just the rubble that's left from this.
And you can see a pretty straight line. I mean, where those megalithic blocks go up, it just boom. There's a nice defined line all the way down.
Could have
the
been a
side
platform. You might be right. Yeah, it's just like, and you get the underground, the platform, the rest of the pyramid. There's your 3 periods. Yeah, and that's I talked about that a few times. The whole the Zep Tepi and the Neteru, and then